Good evening, guys. Good to see you. And I need to make sure. Yeah, that is muted. Yeah, okay. I don't want any disturbance. Welcome, Alan. Welcome, Gil. Good to see you guys again.
Hey, Shadow. Hey, Gil.
That's weird. Got a big delay over on my side. It just started to go live, and it's throwing up ads, of course.
As always.
Yeah.
Vanessa popped in earlier, so I hope she will pop in again. She usually do. And Weltor 8K, good to see you. And Grumpy Adventures, good to see you too. And Kane 71, good to see you too. And John Charles as well, good to see you. Stuart Lunnan, good to see you too.
Welcome the last three on Alan's side.
Yeah. We wait a couple of more minutes before let people pop in. So before we get into today's topic, and it's a good one actually.
Oh, yeah.
The hard reality of TEOTWAWKI. Hey, Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle, good to see you, brother.
I have to say as well, I was saying to Shadow just before we came on, I actually had to look up the term. I'd never heard the term before.
TEOTWAWKI?
Yeah, it's just something that's never. I
suppose for those that don't know, the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah,
and that was coined back in early 70s by some guys down in LA. They were meeting together. You know, back then we were called survivalists, and several more authors as well. And then some, I forget, the band heard about, oh, that sounds like a great thing for a song. And they came up with the song, "It's the End of the World." Yeah.
I suppose like one way of looking at it as well is kind of like you've got SHTF and then you've got, you know, the TEOTWAWKI. The SHTF is like something that's happening acutely, you know, like a short-term emergency, you know. You're on the Titanic or your house is burning or something. Yeah. Whereas TEOTWAWKI is like a long-term, massive, big impact type thing.
Back in the day, there are 4 classifications. There's emergencies, disasters, hurricane, whatever. There is, and that can evolve into a life-altering event. You lose your house. You have family members get killed. The next 2 is SHTF and then TEOTWAWKI. For those, government has to fail. So there is no government may come back really quick, but government fails, it can be down years. There's no government control. They have to get things. It's that bad of a thing, and it is generally worldwide. Now, a lot of people don't like that definition, but that's the definition that came up back in the 70s. And so, you know, to realize, you know, all right, so SHTF generally is going to take government's collapse. So we're going to have 5 years to start to return to normal. TEOTWAWKI, 20 years or more to start to return to normal. So in some instances it may be 100 years to return to normal, generations, because it is such a bad thing. It's wiped everything out so bad. You know, if the grid goes down and it doesn't come back, it's going to take generations to rebuild everything, fix everything. It's going to be like Mad Max.
So you would say it has to be like a worldwide thing. It can't just be localized to, you know, a major war or something like that. I mean, World War II wouldn't count because it didn't affect everywhere.
Because governments are still fighting. Governments are still functional.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they're not functional in some places. They completely collapse. And
but there are governments functioning and stuff. And so you got to figure out it's taking out everything on it. I did a video about 4 years ago on it, going through and explaining how everything works. and I had a PowerPoint on it showing, all right, these are things that cause it, if it does this. But if the government is still totally functioning, it's not SHTF, it's not TEOTWAWKI. It's a life-altering event.
I take it. I mean, there's never been a TEOTWAKI event, then, has there? From what I can't think of anything.
No, there's never been an SHTF or a TEOTWAKI event, because the majority of governments are always still functioning. So what example of something that would do it is the meteor that took out the dinosaurs. It's going to take out just about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grid goes down. An EMP takes out all electronics and everything, and all electrical circuits, everything out. So that's going to take decades to recover from.
But as an EMP global?
Yeah. If it's from the sun, it's global, because where it hits first, all right. So you got the Earth. Well, my head is the Earth, and there's the magnetosphere around it, and it comes in, hits that. All right. It comes in, hits. I'm trying to look at my hand. It goes around and then comes in the poles and then propagates around the surface of the Earth. Now it may only take 2.5 seconds to do that. But it's going to hit the poles first, because that's, if you look at the magnetosphere, you can see it curving.
They kind of go in like this, don't they?
Yeah, it comes in like that, and so that's where it's going to funnel down into. And as it funnels down into it, it's going to magnify. So once it hits through, it's going to be like like being hit by Mike Tyson on one side and Muhammad Ali on the other.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We could probably narrow it down to maybe just 5 or 6 events that are likely to be TEOTWAKI events. Then really, it would probably be like asteroid, global nuclear destruction, EMP, alien invasion.
Yeah,
I can't think of much else. I mean, even if Yellowstone exploded, I don't think that would affect the entire world. It would have some impact, but I think the Australian government would probably
Now, this is where SHTF has a kind of a double border. If the United States government was wiped out from something like that, in Canada, in Mexico, but the rest of the world's still functioning, we will have a SHT event here, because our government is gone. And it'll take about 5 years to get the government reestablished, get everything back going again, and get communications up and going. So that's where about the 5-year thing comes in for a quickie on SHTF.
That's assuming nobody takes advantage of that. I can imagine the Russians or the Chinese, think, oh, here's our way of getting in there, or somebody sneaky like the French. I would never trust them.
Here's the thing too. Both the Russians and the Chinese know, if the American government's gone, that means the leash has been taken off the American people. It's going to be, you go in there and you can have every American that has a gun hiding behind bushes, sniping us. And wait a minute, the American public is the world's largest army.
Yeah. That's why you would have to do it at a distance. It's kind of like the Japanese problem, where near the end of the Second World War, people seen how hard it was to take those tiny little islands near Japan. And then they thought, God, if we try and take mainland Japan, it'll be a massacre, because every single person there is holding, anything they can possibly grasp as a weapon. Yeah. And that was kind of the justification for the use of the atomic bombs, I suppose, near the end of the Second World War. Or that is the thing that ended the Second World War, I suppose.
Yeah. We overran Germany because German citizens had the guns taken away from them by Adolf. They did not have, the average citizen did not have guns in Germany. Germany was the first country overridden by the Nazis.
Yeah, well, I mean, you disarm the public. It doesn't really take much to, then control it, which is why local governments, like to disarm the public. The UK's been a disarmed country for a very long time.
Yeah.
And Mark says, I can think of one thing that will easily cause TEOTWAKI, absolute financial collapse. That's more likely than aliens or asteroid. Yeah,
Yeah, a total global collapse where can trigger, basically if it you got to think of it as dominoes. If there is a total economic collapse and none of the rich people react fast enough to brace things up like they did during the 1929 stock market crash, and everything just does go down, all of a sudden you're not going to have everything, all the infrastructure still working because people aren't going to be working. So you're going to all of a sudden now the power companies say, aren't going to be having people to fix the lines because people are getting their houses repossessed, having to move, go, whatever. So yeah.
But wouldn't people just find other ways of making payment? Because I mean, things of value still exist in the world. You could revert back to the gold standard, but I remember when I was looking into the collapse, I think it was Argentina, when their basically finances completely collapsed, people still went to work, but they did it in exchange for things like trainers or shoes and food.
But
things like that
was back when that was still a thing. Nowadays, everything's so rooted in the fiat money system. It's like you say, "Oh, I'll barter this," and people are like, "What are you talking about?" And governments don't barter like that.
But wouldn't just out of pure necessity people revert to that anyway? I know I need food. I know I need.
Yeah. People will. Companies won't. Power companies won't be reverting to that. So that can trigger a total economic collapse. Can trigger failure of infrastructure. And if enough infrastructure fails, the dominoes just start falling.
Oh yeah.
And then it's not going to be a TEOTWAWKI, although in the sense of the word, it would be the end of the world as we know it, but it wouldn't be as devastating as just a simple poop hitting the fan. So yeah, so there's going to be there are actually a number of things, and I should have brought it up, and I totally spaced on it dealing with the grandkids today. There are several things that can trigger it, and sometimes things in one part of the world could trigger a domino around the world. Look back to there were several volcanoes like Krakatoa and several of the others that caused massive effects around the world, devastating effects with the weather, crops, failures for the next year and a half. There was, the winters, and so all of a sudden there's no summer and there's winter because of all the volcanic ash in the air. It was, it was a volcanic winter, but it was caused by that little island that blew itself apart down there in Indonesia, and just it's gone. Most people didn't know what the heck was going on. They didn't find out for months and months later till the news traveled back. Oh yeah, Krakatoa blew up and it wiped out everything around it.
Actually, I suppose now that you're talking about that, I mean, some sort of catastrophic climate change would cause it, or the polar shifting, or I mean, the Gulf Stream shifting. I mean, that would probably just affect some places in the Northern Hemisphere. Definitely affect the UK.
Yeah.
And me too.
Going to the movie Day After Tomorrow, where the AOC, the current, the Atlantic oscillating current fails.
Yeah.
Even temporarily, and then all of a sudden we got the ice is encroaching on everywhere.
I remember seeing a thing that was saying that movie was greatly exaggerated, but it would have a devastating impact on places like the UK, because if you look at where we are latitude-wise, I mean, there should be polar bears where we are right now, but there isn't, because we're fed that warm air and water coming up through. The Gulf
it was
Stream.
only exaggerated in the speed. And even some scientists says, we don't know if the North Atlantic current stops. It could be instant.
Well, there has been an ice age in the UK and North America, so
Yeah.
we know what happens, and it happens multiple times. It comes and goes over a period of.
That's an important one here for the Big Chill, also known as the Little Ice Age, started back in the 1700s. No, sorry, 1600s. Where up in Canada, there was a glacial dam, and behind that dam was a huge freshwater lake, and because everything was warming up. At this time, Britain had better grape harvests and made better wine than France. It was a lot warmer than it is now in Britain, a lot warmer. And so when this ice dam finally broke and all this fresh water dumped out into the Arctic and came around down past between Greenland and the east coast of the Americas, it stopped that the Atlantic overturning current, just stopped it dead. And within months, not days, months, we had the onset of the Big Chill, the Little Ice Age. And so, yeah, I mean, and people say, Britain was not ever warmer than it is now. Yeah, it was, because they're producing better wine. France put an embargo on wine imports from Britain because they were better than French wines. And we still have not fully recovered from that.
And I have actually a couple of notes, Gil, as usual. So we can begin with the first note.
Yeah.
For this topic. The Rise of Warlords. How and why local power vacuums are filled by strongmen and gangs, and how to avoid being crushed by them. That will be definitely a problem.
Yeah.
Warlords that have the resources, they will rise and gather a lot of people to join that specific guy.
Steve, of course, our trainer, has made several videos on this, and the warlords are already here. They are the gang leaders of the Hells Angels, the M13,
Bandido.
the Crips. The gangs are already here, and they have their warlords in place. They have an infrastructure. They have weapons. They have explosives. They have drugs. They have all sorts of things. And when all of a sudden there's no law enforcement, guess who's going to be off the leash? Those guys.
And they've already got the mindset, so it's not a moral choice for them. They're already in that kind of way of thinking anyway. The only thing that's holding them back is the rest of society and law and order. Take that away, then they will run rampant to some extent, and they would become much bigger because other people sort of I can imagine lots of young men seeing the chaos of a gang taking hold, and one of the best ways of trying to become to prevent yourself being a victim of it is to join them.
Yeah.
And before you know it, you've got like a larger militia.
Yeah.
Welcome, Iron Fire Horse. Good to see you again, man. But anyway,
going back to a comment that I missed. Lee Argent says, doesn't a large scale volcanic eruption have the same effect as Carl Sagan's nuclear winter? Yeah, that's basically what happened. Except there's no radiation falling down here; it's just volcanic ash. So rather than getting radiation sickness, you're getting lung damage from the silicate, because volcanic ash is not like wood ash. It's like little spiky diamond sharp shards of rock, and stuff that is just small and getting in.
The problem with the warlords is when the TEOTWAWKI happens, that will, first of all, be a huge problem for other people like us, simple people like you and me. It would be a problem because they will travel around, send his people out and raid other people. So
I think
you need to think about your security, and if you have that possibilities.
One of the things to remember about the warlords, they're going to be territorial. The gangs and stuff, they're going to be territorial. And I'm going to sound mean. And hopefully they keep territorial in an area they think will support them. And the first winter coming in, all of a sudden they have no food and a bunch of them die off because they have no food. The bad part about that is, what happens when people don't have food? What do they turn to?
Eat each other.
Cannibalism.
Yeah.
And even good people, the Donner Party, stuck in a snowstorm, turned to cannibalism. And what was the sports team caught in the Andes?
That was a football team.
Yeah.
Was it called Alive or something, that movie?
Yeah, I think it was called that.
Great movie.
And those people who survived that, they suffer from PTSD. And they still do.
Yeah.
The thing about the local gangsters and things like that becoming warlords, I mean, it would definitely happen. I think that would definitely be the case. I don't know how long they would be able to sustain that for, though, because a lot of these people, they don't really have any survival skills outside of street smarts. So they're used to operating within the confines of a functioning society. If you take away functioning society, then for them it'll seem like a little bit like supermarket sweep. Everything's up for grabs and they can kind of do what they want and they smash the place up. We see that in riots where people take advantage of law and order being absent, so they go looting, for example. But when you've looted every shop, you've robbed every person, and you've ate your way through your supplies, then what are you? You're a bit of you're in the same predicament as everybody else.
You're an organized scrounger.
Yeah, and the idea of always getting your survival by parasitically taking off of another person in some way, I think that's got a very short term prospect to it, really. I mean, I suppose that's one way of putting it. I can't see that lasting for a huge amount of time. Eventually it will come to a natural end in some way, and the ones who actually have skills, the ones who know how things function and can think a little bit laterally and have managed to sort of skirt around the edges and avoid conflict, are the ones who will be more on top. That then leverages those people into a position where they're the ones that have a little bit of power because they have skills or knowledge that they can then perhaps negotiate with these kind of warlordy type people or gangsters and say, well, look, you can carry on being the leader of your little gang or whatever it may be, but I'm the one with all the smarts here, so kind of report back to me, and then you become kind of the person in charge then, which is, I mean, it's kind of like when you see like a really powerful leader in a country, and he's like the frail little man who couldn't, or you see the top guy in the prison, but he's like a skinny little runt of a guy who couldn't handle himself in a fight, but he's the one that's got all the intelligence, and so he wields all the power, and he surrounds himself with all of the big burly type guys that can
I think
that's a natural way.
A good movie that was made about that was Escape from New York with Kurt Russell.
I love that movie.
And all right, so you had Brain. Brain was the brain, but he wasn't in charge. He still had to answer to the Duke of New York was the character's name.
Yeah.
And but so there will be a give and take dynamic, but the muscle will still be in charge. They say, all right, you got the brains, we will protect you, but we're still in charge. We will help you, but we're still in charge. I think one of the things that there was a comment in there by Little and Prepper about the guards, the prison guards. Or was that Mountain Survival? It was. Little and Prepper mentioned before. So the the thing is with that, some of the people in corrections that I know about is, so long as the problem is if the power goes out, some of the electromagnetic locks, some of them open up automatically. It's a safety feature. If they don't open up automatically, the guards are like, we're out of here. We're not letting these guys loose. We're just going to abandon them. It's bad. You know, there's no more law and order. We're out of here. We're leaving these guys here. And yeah, it's a bad way to go. But yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
That actually happened in Syria. And I think it happened in Libya as well. Once, you know, the regimes of those countries completely collapsed, and there was a moment of complete chaos. And a lot of the people who were in prison were there for political reasons. And suddenly that regime is no longer in power. You end up with this situation where a lot of the people who are in prison are going to now become the leaders, and there's retributions and things going on. So you can imagine some of the prison guards of, like in Syria, for example, thinking, oh damn, I better get the hell out of here quick before these guys get out, because then the retributions are going to start taking place, you know?
And the thing is, when the guards leave, also the commissary people, the cooks and stuff, they're leaving too. So they have, you know, if there's no water going to it and they're still locked in their cells, they got about 3 to 5 days before they're dead. If the water's still flowing, then they got about 3 weeks or so before they have to turn cannibal, if they're able to get out of their cells at all. So that's one of the things. One of the things about that I've heard people talk about, and I'm kind of on the fence of what this is going to happen with dealing with gangs and the marauders and the brigands and everything. If you got these gangs roaming around and you have organized preppers, organized militias popping up and stuff, first thing they're going to do is, oh, we got a gang coming. We're going to do a military action out. We're going to hide, let them come in, and we're just going to shoot them all from hiding. There will be that too going on. So there will be, prepper for the.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, it's Power Gym to do a high winds.
Brian, good to
They're
see
fine.
you.
No doors opening. Okay, good. So there's there will be groups of good citizens having to set up vigilante law to stop some of the gangs and stuff. But then there's also ordinary citizens too. And you got several gang members. All right, we're going to go into this house here, and they go in there, and it's like that was that thing where the 3 teenagers kicked in the door of the 86-year-old woman. She had a revolver, and she killed all 3 of them. There's going to be surprise, because not only are the criminals going to realize, okay, there's no law and order, the average citizen is going to realize the cops aren't going to come after me in this situation. I can defend myself to the fullness of my ability.
It's a Brian's comment. He always knows the right thing to say.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing about the idea of militias and gangs, I feel like, I mean, to some extent, they will kind of burn themselves out after a while. But also what you end up with is order comes out of chaos. I mean, because when you think about it, every monarchy that's ever existed, every government that's ever existed was at some point just a gang.
Hey.
You know, and
you need gangs that went and dumped all that English tea into the ocean and the harbor there.
You know what? It happens, and eventually you get an order out of it. It reminds me a little bit of I think I mentioned this film before on the podcast. Remember the movie The Postman?
Oh yes, I love that movie.
Great movie, but I mean that was a TEOTWAWKI type event. Everything kind of went back to the sort of early 19th century, and you know there was no longer a United States, but the biggest gang that was led by a guy who it turns out was actually just like a normal bloke working in a factory or something, became the leader of the largest gang, who then called themselves the new government. And they sort of roamed around the country, kind of cowboy style, taking over towns and taking over communities and taxing people and conscripting people into their forces and all this kind of stuff. Given enough time, that would actually just become the official government. You know, that would actually just become the authorities, because order has to come out of chaos, because nobody actually wants to live in chaos, including gang members. They have their own families and stuff as well.
But then you're getting back into a feudal system.
Yeah.
Knights, you know, of the dukes, you know, the king, all the feudal towns around it, and you have people rebelling. So if that gang becomes a tyrannical government, people are going to rebel. The thing is, though, now that everyone knows, all right, that's the guy in charge. He's the problem. And now he has a big target on his back for being a problem.
Well, they might rebel, but they might also just last for a very long time. I mean, there's been tyrannical families, for example, in power for hundreds generations. You know, just one after the other, and it just goes on and on and on. You see that particularly with monarchy. If you study monarchy, they are effectively just families that have, you know, that run states for, you know, in some cases like 1,000 years. You know, way back to sort of the pharaoh days and things like that. I mean, there's different kinds of course, we've got the feudal system, absolute monarchy, and dictators, and, you know, republics and things like that. And they all have their pros and cons, these kind of systems, but they're all liable to rebellion eventually, to some description. But then what do they get replaced with? They tend to just get replaced with the same thing, just a slightly different flavor, or they call themselves something different, but they never really change, you know?
And it's, you know, life is going to be hard, really hard, for those that don't have wells for a fresh water source. Streams are not going to be safe because dead bodies elsewhere, you know, washing down, you know, washing disease and stuff into the rivers and stuff. Now the rivers are contaminated for, going to be that bad for years. So water is going to be the major problem source. And, oh, I got a well. Do you have a hand pump on that well? Because you're not going to have, you know, most likely you're not going to have power. If you do have solar power and stuff, oh, wait a minute, now that makes you a target because everyone can see your solar panels. But even if you are doing it, how long are your solar panels going to last? How long is your pump going to last? Do you have a second pump to take it, the first one out when it dies, and then be able to find parts to fix the other one so you now have a spare again? So, you know, water is going to be the big deciding factor in a lot of things.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, that's where knowledge
will be the new currency.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where knowledge comes in, knowing, okay, pretty sure nobody's coming to help me, ever. Okay, I have solar panels. I have a well. I have a hand pump. I have whatever I need. But the knowledge is knowing that none of those things are going to keep you sustained forever. The knowledge needs to be, what am I going to use now and figure out as a backup? Because if you don't have any kind of backup plans or able to formulate a backup plan in the heat of the moment, yeah, you'll make it for a while and then you're done. So until you understand that it's not just having, you know, food, water, shelter, security, and I'm good forever. It's having food, water, shelter, security, knowing that at least one of those is going to fail in some period of time, albeit short, long, or other, but understanding that I now need to figure something else out before I lose that one thing. So, yeah, knowledge, skills. And I'm not just talking knowing how to lay bricks or weld or whatever, just basic skills. What do I do? How am I going to do it? Figure it out as you go. You know, that's key. And a lot of people just don't have that. They just never did. So,
yeah, Lee's comment there about medical kits and stuff, antibiotics and stuff. Once you're in a TEOTWAWKI, unless you know regular first aid and are really thinking about it, even if you don't have the antibiotics, a lot of people are going to die from simple cuts, infections. Because they're going to forget, I need to wash, clean. How many people have soap, a couple years worth of soap in their supplies?
How many people know how to make soap when your supplies run out? How many people know the naturopathic remedies for things? Not getting into it because, okay, I'm out of my 50-year supply of antibiotics because either they expired, got wet, or got stolen. Now what do I do? Crap.
Or got used.
Or got used. Exactly.
Got used at a rate you weren't expecting.
Yeah, people would have to go back into a mindset where everything was done carefully and deliberately. You can't just go rushing around like you do in modern society, because, like you say, a simple cut, a break of a leg could be absolutely catastrophic for you. Can you imagine breaking your leg in a situation like this and not knowing how to reset it? Not having the means to do that, not even know how to put a splint on or something. You could end up with a permanent deformity that you could end up killing you. It's kind of like watching the Serengeti, where you see the gazelle get away from the lion, but it's got a broken leg, and you think, it would have been better off just getting eaten by the lion because it's going to die slowly now.
Yeah. It's one of the things is thinking back. Our Civil War, 1860s. So many people died from. They were safe from the wound. They were safe. They got the leg amputated. That was partially blown off or shredded by a cannonball or whatever, and they died from the infection. They didn't know about bacteria. They didn't know the causes of diseases. They didn't know that how malaria was transmitted. They didn't know how all these things went about. And, fortunately, if we retain some intelligence, we know, all right, you wash your hands now 3 or 4 times a day. You make sure you wash your clothes. I'm trying to remember which it was. France did not take showers. All right, during the Napoleonic and the previous periods, they didn't take showers.
Yeah, they thought the dirt protected them.
Yeah, that's why that's where French perfume came from, was to hide the body odor. When Versailles was built, there were no toilets in it. People crapped in stairwells, and servants came around later on and cleaned it up. People did not
see the thing about things like antibiotics. Antibiotics is a revolution, an amazing thing in human society. Once that was discovered and implemented, it's saved countless people's lives over the time. But it's kind of overhyped a little bit, I think. I mean, not every cut leads to an infection which is fatal. Your body does overcome infections.
Right.
I'm 41 years old. I've had 1 course of antibiotics in my life. So I've managed to get through 41 years of life without antibiotics. Yeah. Now, granted, I'm not always in positions where I'm getting in contact with things like, things that are dirty. But in the kind of world that we're talking about, eventually things go back to nature and things aren't as dirty as they are just now, because there aren't as many chemicals around,
And one of the things on that, tagging on to that, is when I was a kid back in the 50s and 60s, kids ate dirt. We got sick less than modern day kids. Farm kids ate all sorts of stuff, and their body built up natural immunities. Yeah. Farm kids in America are the healthiest kids in America.
No, it all depends on the upbringing of the kid. I mean, we grew up outside playing. Yeah, I got cuts, scratches. I had rosebush thorn cuts, pops, everything. Yeah. I went home, washed it off. It turned a little red around the edges. 2 days later, it was gone.
Yeah.
I mean, my worst was, smashing a fingernail, and I had to go to the hospital to get the blood pressure removed from it with a hot needle. That sucked. And let the blood out so I didn't get an infection from it, and that was fine. But kids these days don't play outside. They're always on their phone. Not all of them, but, they're all stuck inside. They don't get outside and even introduce themselves to any little mild form of bacteria, germ, something. And, this is why flu season always seems to start right after Thanksgiving, when people from different areas with different, bacteria that their body's immune to all get together. And now that spreads and other people just get sick from it because they don't have the immunity built up. That crap didn't happen back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s. Into the 90s it started, and now it's rampant because nobody gets out, goes around, shakes hands. It's like they don't want to shake hands. They fist bump and then, dip their hand in hand sanitizer because
that's what I was going
you
to
should have gotten
sanitizers.
sick, because that's the only thing that keeps you from getting sick.
Yeah.
It's
The Clorox wipes,
the over sanitization. Yeah. The over cleanliness. I mean, the pharmaceutical industries led us all to believe, more so in the US, I have to say, than probably most of the rest of the world, that anytime you have a little sniffle, you have to take some sort of medication. Any little ailment that you have to somehow counteract that with some sort of pharmaceutical drug. Yeah. But you don't. We never did. I mean, your body has natural immunities to things, and that's the point of them. We've evolved to the point where we're at just now because this is why, you go to some little island somewhere and you have a common cold and it wipes out half the bloody population, because they haven't got that immunity that we have. It's not because we have some sort of magic vaccine that prevents us from dying. It's just because we're the ones that have, over a period of generations, have built that immunity up. And so sometimes vaccination isn't always, the best step for a lot of these things. Although vaccinations, of course, are another great invention of humanity that saved countless lives as well. But I think the idea that you have to have huge stockpiles of antibiotics to see yourself through the apocalypse, I think that's probably what pharmaceutical companies would lead you to believe. And also to say, I mean, there are things like, I see people in the comments saying, what about honey? What about pine resin? All this kind of stuff. Yeah, they all have natural antibacterial properties to them, but it's very mild. I mean, we're talking about seriously mild stuff here. You could say, I once heard somebody talking about, natural aspirin, to cure a headache. And willow bark, for example, has salicylic acid in it. You can chew on willow bark and it has that bittery taste like an aspirin. It works the same way. It's the same sort of, the same sort of chemicals in there. But when you take an aspirin, that's a highly concentrated, synthesized medication that's been made in a lab. And that would be the equivalent of sucking on the bark of that whole bloody tree, probably, because, it hasn't got the same level of concentration. So, and it's the same with things like honey. You can put a little bit of honey on a wound and it'll clot the bleeding up a little bit, and it'll have some antibacterial, properties to it. But it's nowhere near the kind of standard as to something you can get in a pharmacy or something like this. Yeah. But on the other hand, if you cut yourself, I'm in the woods all the time, and I get little burns and cuts and things like that. I've got a cut in my hand right now, which I did on a trip this weekend. I'm not going to treat that. I washed the wound, I washed my hands, and I'm monitoring it. I'm not going to take nothing for that. I'm not going to put any antibacterial stuff on it. I'm not going to take any kind of medication. I'm going to do nothing. If it suddenly becomes infected, maybe I'll start doing something about it. But I'm of the belief that you should let your body handle these things, and you'll build a better tolerance that way. Because the second you take an antibiotic, it doesn't just treat the thing that you're trying to fight against. It's also devastating the rest of your body.
Yeah,
it's not very specific.
That is the problem with antibiotics. You take antibiotics, and what's the first thing? Where's the first bacteria it kills? In your gut.
Yeah.
And your gut bacteria basically is the engine for the rest of your body.
Gee, you wonder why they created it. Sorry, I had to go there.
Yeah, there are a lot of herbal remedies out. What's interesting is a lot of these bacterial herbal remedies are not as strong and are not broad spectrum like what comes out of the pharmaceutical companies. So if you take some of the ones like burdock root or something like that, it works on one thing, but it doesn't kill everything. It gives your body the chance to do what your body's supposed to do and overcome the problem without killing off all your good bacteria and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a few people do, who are into sort of herbal remedies and things like this, and they're creating sort of natural antibiotics and things. I've got to be honest, I'm very skeptical about natural antibiotics. I think you're kind of playing a bit of a lottery if you were to take natural antibiotics, not just from whether it's going to work or not, but I actually think you're likely to do yourself more damage by taking some sort of remedy like that.
Why do you think that?
Well, because you're not taking that. There's no way of genuinely understanding the concentration of the thing you're taking. You know, you're kind of just putting in ingredients together and hoping that it has this desired outcome. But if let's just take 2 citrus fruits, and you know that there's a certain concentration of citrus fruit that you have to put into your ingredients. But those 2 fruits, if they were lab tested, could be wildly different in their chemical composition, simply based on the way that they happen to grow. And so the mix that you're making isn't exactly the mix that you want. I mean, there's other medications, other than antibiotics. Let's take heart medicine, for example. Okay, a wild plant like a foxglove. Okay, foxglove is part of the digitalis family, which is they use that to treat heart conditions. But the difference between a medicine and a poison is quite narrow, So just a single petal from a foxglove could induce a heart attack and kill you. But the same plant can also treat a heart attack.
Yeah.
Now, the difference between the thing that kills you and the thing that treats you is the very specific concentration, which a laboratory can do. But you in your kitchen with a grinder and you're making a little potion. It's a little bit trial and error. Yeah. If you've got nothing else and you're having a heart attack, then maybe it's worth trying. On the other hand, it's a bit witch doctory for my liking, to be honest.
That's one of the things that I think everyone needs to realize. Yeah, there's all these herbal remedies out here, but how many people have studied them? How many have,
just having that book. It's like, oh, I can fix everything. So I have this book. Well, that's great. Do you even have any idea
how to do it
with it, grow it, find it, whatever? And then have you ever used it before to understand it's, you take a tiny bit of something to see what happens. Okay, I didn't do anything. I'm going to take a tiny bit more. Okay, that seems to work. Not take a mouthful of something and go, crap, now I'm going to die because I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah. And that's the thing, it's skills.
Right. Yeah.
When in a TEOTWAWKI situation, those that are actually herbal medicine, study it, have their books and everything else on it, they will be sought after as the original homeopathic doctors.
You'll be the witch doctor.
Not a witch doctor, homeopathic. I mean, prior to Rockefeller, he even had homeopathic doctors until he realized, oh, I can make all this money by making these pharmaceuticals from oil, which I own all the oil. And so that's why he made all these millions of dollars donations to schools and stuff to teach pharmaceutical medicine. And why he also funded the starting of the American Medical Association cult.
Yeah. All that and to badmouth natural homeopathic and all that stuff, naturopath stuff at the same time, to say this is bad stuff. This is voodoo. You can't use that. You must use my. Yeah, that's where that went.
Yeah.
Now they only teach they teach the meds in school. They don't teach health or anything like that.
And that's and unfortunately, the rest of the world can blame the United States for Rockefeller doing that to their medical system too, because it went from here over to England to France and just all across Europe. Chinese medicine. You find a good Chinese apothecary. Yeah, you got apothecary that have done it for. I mean, they've grown up their entire life. They started as a teenager learning to do this, and were taught their entire life how to do it. If you don't have the skill and you don't have the knowledge, it's a crapshoot. Yes, you're right on that.
Go ahead.
I
was just going to say, I mean, the thing is, see things like Chinese medicine, for example. A lot of that's genuine. It works. It's proven over time. People take it and it works. But there's also a bunch of stuff where it's ground up, dried tiger's penis, and it's supposed to cure all, and it's rubbish. I mean, the problem with a lot of homeopathic type remedies that I see is, some of it's medicine, but a lot of it's just potpourri. It's just nonsense. Otherwise, it would become medicine. Most medicines do derive from something that's naturally observed in nature anyway. Like Lee's saying on the screen just now, isn't mulled from bread, the natural form of penicillin antibiotics.
Yeah, but you can't eat the mold off the bread and expect it to be penicillin.
Exactly. Also, you get different kinds of mold on bread, so you have to make sure it's the right one, because you could eat black mold off bread and it kills you. You know,
So Alan, dumb question, smart ass question. How do you know dried tiger penis doesn't work for virility? Have you ever tried it? See, we were taught. I'm not saying it works or doesn't work. We were taught to believe certain things. That's one of them.
Yeah.
They make it sound funny. Why? Why have the Chinese used it for centuries? If it didn't work, they'd have been like, yeah, this shit don't work. Let's try, I don't know, dried out, I don't know, gorilla ears or something like that, which I'm sure there's used for that too. I mean, ground up rhino horn, all this stuff. There's a reason it's there. We just don't know why. So we throw it off to the side. I'm not saying go do it, but we never learned it.
Yeah.
But the Chinese have been using that stuff for, many, many centuries. And we're over here worrying about penicillin and Prozac and whatever else. Well, they have their own versions for stuff like that to calm people down and stuff, but we're not allowed to use it. Therefore, we're taught to not believe anybody but our pharma. So I'm not saying it's good, bad, other, it works, it doesn't work. I'm just saying this is our educational system at its finest when it comes to medical treatment, period.
I do take your point. I know the angle you're going for there. And that's definitely the case. I mean, a long time ago, I remember I had a friend who was very into nutrition as a kind of cure-all. It was like, oh, no, you just have to sort out your gut bacteria and that kind of solves a lot of other things. And I genuinely remember at the time thinking, whatever, man, that's very woo-woo. That I now believe a lot of that. The more I've learned and the more I've looked into it, that does seem to actually be true. I think there are genuine cases though where a lot of these things persist not because they have an actual, because they're proven to function. They exist because they're part of tradition, or they themselves have convinced the people around them that it works, and they sort of carry on with it. There are some things that I just outright write off, and people will call me ignorant for that, because to me it's almost like a belief system. Like crystal healing, for example, or outright homeopathy. I mean, that to me sounds it's nonsense as far as I'm concerned. There are people who swear blind that putting a crystal over your head or something will somehow cure something. I don't believe you, but it might work. I mean, I'm open to the possibility I'm completely ignorant and wrong. Obviously, I don't have the answers to everything, but I would stay away from that if possible. On the other hand, if I had absolutely nothing else and I thought, okay, rub your crystal over my head and it might cure my headache, I'll go for it because it'll do me no harm. On the other hand, if somebody says, here, drink this jar of something I've got from moldy bread, it might kill you, but it might fix your headache. I will leave my body to try and fix the headache, I think, rather than take my chances with the jar or something.
And some of the things, are basically have a placebo effect.
Yeah,
and it's been documented that placebo effect
it does
is
work.
a real thing. It's a real thing. Your
work.
your body can heal itself. The power of the mind is something we can't even tap into yet. But there are other, and what is the human body? It's a big electromagnetic circuit.
Huh.
And so whatever affects the circuit can either affect it to the good or to the bad. So we don't know everything on that. But getting back to on the topic and stuff here, we were on the gangs and stuff. The gangs are going to be a problem. They may or may not sort themselves out. For those that are in an area where the governments have taken away your right to defend yourself, it's going to be a bigger problem.
Well, you say that, but the gangs aren't armed either.
You'd be surprised. All right, who's going to get a gun most likely? An illegal gun, and an honest law-abiding citizen, or gang members?
But it's incredibly difficult for them as well.
Yes.
I mean,
they're going to go through the steps to get it.
I've never seen an illegal gun in my country, ever. And of course they exist. I know they exist.
Yeah.
But, I've
they
managed
don't exactly walk around with them on their hip going, look at me, I have an illegal gun.
Yeah. But, even even as a teenager, sort of hanging around the bad sort and being in amongst sort of, you know, the kids and stuff like that, I've still never seen one. I've never even heard of one being sold. I don't really run in those kind of circles, so that's probably why. But there is an argument to say this is a very sort of European American type argument where it's like, well, we have guns so we can defend ourselves against guns. It's like, yeah, but nobody has guns here, so it's kind of a mute point. We're all fighting with spoons over here.
There are legal guns in the UK, shotguns and stuff like that.
I've got some. I'm a legal gun holder. I have some.
Yeah. Now, so gangs are going to have some guns, and what are the first thing they're going to do? They're probably one of the first things they're going to do is like, who else has guns? Let's go get more guns from the ones that legally have guns.
Yeah, they'll definitely have, like, every farmer's got a shotgun, and so you're going to have like a gang who has 1 or 2 shotguns between them, and they've got maybe a dozen cartridges. But with that, they can kind of rule a lot of people because, you know, it only takes one guy with a shotgun to rule 10 people without one.
It's like the saying, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think it's as much of a problem as people imagine. And I don't want to get into the sort of like the arm in your society debate, because to me it seems circular. You end up in a situation where people are saying, well, if that guy had a gun, he'd be able to stop that guy with a gun. Like, no, you just both have guns, and you end up in a gunfight. I mean, but
you join up with that guy that has a gun, and now they have 2 guns, and you still got none.
It ends up a circular type argument.
All right, Shadow, what's the next point?
Next one is creating a new code, establishing fair enforceable rules for your community, and the consequences for breaking them.
That is a double-edged sword with an asterisk on the end of it. That being is, if a I've seen people talking about it. They got their group, they've got their bylaws, they're set up, they know how they're going to do. But one of their problems is if someone violates it, if someone violates it, their primary, most severe thing is to kick them out. Now, if you're into a TEOTWAWKI situation and you kick someone out who knows all your crap,
you will be a target.
Now you got a loose cannon out there who's mad at you, who's going to get the, hey, I know these guys got all this stuff. I know how to get us in there and get all this stuff from them. So how far do you go with your laws and rules to protect yourself? If someone violating your rules, that's the punishment. How severe punishment? Do you go capital punishment?
The problem with that is you go capital punishment with bloody everything. You know, it becomes a problem where, like, you know, you're executing people for the most meaningless of crimes.
Yeah.
And the crimes, I mean, who's coming up with these laws? I mean, what happens if it suddenly becomes the law that, it starts off with, look, our resources are so finite, if you even steal a chicken, we're going to execute you because that chicken's so important to our egg supply. Okay. But then it's kind of like the Animal Farm type thing where, you know, they have the rules written up on the barn door, where it starts off with simple stuff like that. Then suddenly it becomes capital punishment if you don't, you know, praise the leader, whoever that is, or whatever, you know, and you end up in a tyrannical type situation. So I think you would have to be careful about how harsh you were with the laws. I don't think running to capital punishment would be a good idea, especially initially, because that in itself is pure tyranny. I wouldn't want to live in a society where they had capital punishment for the most meaningless of things.
Oh, yeah,
I would take my chances out there in the wild any day of the week than be part of a society where it's okay looking at it for yourself, but let's say you've got like a couple of young sons or something who are teenagers, they're going to get in trouble even in these kind of situations. Do you really want to live in a community where they're going to kill one of your sons if he steals a chicken?
That's one of the things is where if your group is going to create rules and stuff like that, you better get everything written down now and make sure there are limits placed on it. I mean, that's one of the things I like about our separation of powers in our government. Unfortunately, the founding fathers didn't put limits on professional politicians, but that's another story.
Well, they did, but they voted themselves out of those limits. So, there's that.
No, there was no term limits for, all right, a senator can only be in for 2 terms. A representative can only be in for 4 terms because it's about the same.
They were also only supposed to get paid per diem when they showed up and sat in council and then went back to their daily routine, but they turned it into a career with free benefits and anyway.
And the thing is, the rules are properly written. And if you take the knowledge of the failure of governments in their rules and laws, you can work something out and come up with something that's going to be viable, that's going to keep it from becoming tyrannical itself, so long as the people are willing to follow it.
Yeah. Right. But plus, I mean, if you set a rule in stone and you don't allow it to adapt or change over time, that in itself can become problematic, right? I mean, without going into it, isn't like this the Second Amendment? That's the right to bear arms. I mean, they were back in those days, didn't they have like muskets and stuff? Could they?
Well, all right.
They also only had quill and ink. They didn't exactly have computers and typewriters, so we can go with that side of it too.
Yeah. Here's the thing: everyone gets it wrong. The Second Amendment is not about allowing people to, we're going to let you have guns. The Second Amendment is limiting government.
Yeah, it limits the
whole
government.
Purpose was to say government needs to remember they work for the people, and the people are armed. So if the government gets overbearing, it's the duty of the people to overthrow that government overthrow those people in the government and get honest people back in. They just decided to make laws with threats behind them, like you're not allowed to own a fully automatic gun, or we're going to throw you in jail and give you $1 million fine. Well, they just made that law. We're technically allowed to have any piece of equipment, even the military has. Period. There is no disputing that, but they have made so many laws, rules, regulations, which are not laws, about the other, saying you can't have this stuff. We forbid you to have it. Yeah, you know why they forbid it? Because they're going to do something that they might get shot for. Yeah.
Right.
That's it. I mean, that's the rest of the world thinks Second Amendment is like, it's only for hunting deer. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So but there must be a limitation. I mean,
technically there is none, but they like to make laws saying I can own a cannon and a tank if I can afford it.
And some states you
they would come after me with everything they got and put me bankrupt before I could prove my point.
Right.
Yeah. There are states where you can own cannons. There are states where you can own a tank. And
but can you imagine everybody owned a nuclear missile?
Well, that's the thing. It's cost prohibitive. There's the cost prohibitive part of it too. But and I don't think if anybody in their right mind wants to own a nuclear missile because of the probability of a malfunction on their end, and you go to push launch, and it's like, oh, it detonated in the silo and it took me out.
Yeah.
But there's setting up laws and rules. You need to have a check and balances for it.
Yeah.
That's why I like, in fact, all right, the enforcement is in the executive branch, the president. He enforces the laws. The legislature writes the laws. The courts determine whether those laws are legal or not. The Supreme Court say, sorry, that's unconstitutional. You're not allowed to do that. Unfortunately, we get some in there that are swayed by corruptness. And they don't act on it in time.
I mean, we see governments changing laws all the time just to fit their needs. And if they themselves are breaking the law, they simply change the law so that they're not breaking the law in some way, and that's okay. That happens in the UK all the time. They make laws up as they go along.
Yeah, you hear that in the United States. It's like, oh, we need stricter gun control laws. It's like, why? We already have super strict laws. The only people that are doing things with these guns are the ones that illegally found them. They literally just keep pushing it so they can just say, you know what? No more public guns, period. Not one, nothing. And then guess what? Oh, we turn into London. Now they're going to ban knives and kitchen knives. What's next? Sporks?
Yeah. I mean, you see that tragedy in Australia that just happened. The guy that did that legally owned the gun, and it was a bolt action rifle. And what's the Australian government's first response? Their Liberal Australian government? It must be the guns. The gun's the problem. No, I think the guy holding it and doing the act is the problem.
That crap. Wait, a car just hit 50 people on purpose. Wait, what about the driver? No. It was the car. Ban F-150s. I mean, this is the logic they use with guns, but not cars.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's an easy target, and the reason it's an easy target is because it's a simple solution for politicians. We're slightly off topic again, but this is the problem with laws, though, because the laws then become a case of whoever's in power making the laws will change the laws and subvert the laws so that they remain in power.
Yes,
and that becomes the problem over time. You know,
he who has the gold makes the rules. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things here. So if you're in a town that has survived in TEOTWAWKI and you guys are trying to set things up, individuals are smart enough to know what works and what doesn't work. Problem is, you get several people together and they start acting stupid. And it's like I'm going to quote a movie again. I've been quoting this a lot lately. Agent K to Jay before he's an agent. A person is smart. People are stupid.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things is if everyone knows what works and what doesn't work and how things should have been fixed, hey, whoever's ruling, whoever's the mayor of the group, you have term limits. You're only allowed to be in for 2 terms. Yeah,
and if you do a good job, you might get voted in again, or not.
And then and those on the council that are or board of directors, what do you want to call the group that's making the laws for it? You have term limits. You're not allowed to be here forever.
Good to see you.
Hey, Mike.
Hello.
And that's one of the things that we need to, you need to realize this in TEOTWAWKI. If you're one of the survivors and you're trying to reestablish law and order, there are bad laws, there are good laws, there are bad people, there are good people. Choosing them is going to be the hard part. It's not going to be no bed of roses to make choices.
I agree with that.
I think we're kind of agreed, though, that in a TEOTWAWKI type situation, or TEOTWAWKI, however you pronounce that, there has to be some sort of rules.
TEOTWAWKI.
The O is silent.
No.
Yes, O silent. It's TEOTWAWKI.
TEOTWAWKI, because we're English. All right.
What do you call the little thing hanging off the udder of a cow? A teat. That's it, because the second T or A is silent, and so the O is silent. That's the guys that came up with it. We all pronounced it TEOTWAWKI.
Gil, what's that stuff they put in Roundup again? Come on.
Life is
Hey, we can't be taking language lessons from a country that calls football when they don't even touch it with their feet. They just run around with their hands. That's not football.
That's handball.
That's rugby. Rugby.
I'll give you. It should have been called rugby.
I'm not listening anymore. I'm just gonna drink my pop out of my aluminium can.
Who uses a rug in rugby?
The bald ones.
Rugby's called rugby because it comes from the town of Rugby. That's where it was invented. I'm here. Yeah.
Why is it called tennis?
Why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways? We could do this all day long.
The only sport I think that really was named right was basketball. A ball and a basket. Basketball.
Oh, we have netball over here as well. So
Or stickball. You have a ball and a stick.
And you
Stickball.
call we call it pool. You call it billiards. Yeah, I'll give you guys credit for that one.
no, well, we call it pool. To be fair,
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
really?
it's
pool for
the
us.
game. It's the game. Billiards is one type of game. 8 balls is a different type of pool. You know, anything besides billiards is called pool.
did I just join at the right time to be off topic, or is there?
But yeah, getting back on it, yeah, laws, setting up laws and stuff, it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard.
Mm.
And I would suggest that if you're in a group, get a format nailed down that that can be flexible, that can be adjusted. But don't totally nail everything in stone, but have limits to your laws and stuff.
Flexible laws would breed conflict. I would say. I would much rather have a stamped out 10 commandments jobby.
It's like this. All right, what we're talking about like that is earlier is like if you steal a chicken, do we put you to death? Do we make you now clean out the
Or do
chicken
you get
coop?
10 days in the jail?
Or do you have to live in the chicken coop for a week?
I suppose
Right.
it would depend on how many chickens there were left. I mean, that's the thing about the severity of the law has to match the severity of the crime. So if you lived in a community where there was chickens everywhere, then that would be harsh. But if you were in the whole world had went to hell and there was the last 5 chickens on earth and you go killing one of them,
Death penalty.
then probably the death penalty might be justified there.
Listen. There's 2 punishments in full-on TEOTWAWKI, and that's exile or permanent exile. All right, because prisoners cost resources.
There is an in between. What about
They cost resources and food, time, somebody to watch them, etc. Then you've got to do a trial. All of this, I haven't got time for that.
Yeah, but this is going biblical, or if you prefer chronicle, you steal, lose a hand.
But then you've got a one-handed guy as part of your community. I mean, unless he's doing all the proctology
Take his
exams.
non-dominant hand. If he does it again, you take the other hand and banish him. He ain't coming back.
I think you could have shades in the middle. I mean, you could have, it's your turn to dig latrines. You have to now dig latrines. Or whipping people and stuff like they used to do in the old ships and whatever. And there's punishments that are sort of in the middle. The stocks, yeah.
Oh, Alan's whipping me. Is it a punishment or a treat?
Is that your grandmother doing that? Hey, we were in a place with a real life dungeon at the weekend. We actually were looking at an old medieval dungeon, and that's how they used to treat people back then, you know?
Yeah, Mike was so scared of it, he fell down the stairs trying to get away.
I'll tell you what, though, the dungeon itself, it's pretty grim because it's no windows. It's not like you see like on an old medieval film where they walk down a corridor, open a door, and off you go. You're dropping them down a hole in the brick that's just about enough to get your body down, and it's just lowered down into it, and that's it. You're in this room that's just solid underground. There's no windows, there's no door, it's just that one little hatch. Even if the hatch was left open, it'd be a struggle to get out.
And what about poop and pee and is there
Right
any
in the
sort
corner.
of
You get to live with it.
Yeah, you get to live with it.
Dark Ages sanitation wasn't the best. I'll just throw that out there.
yeah?
But yeah, there was actually, we kind of saw all aspects of that because you've got that, and then one of the rooms in that castle had an indoor toilet, and I'm like, this is the most sophisticated thing in this castle. Was just like a alcove cut into the wall, and the overhang dropped onto the outside wall onto like the ramparts below. So you're just literally pooping down the side of the wall.
Yeah. Or if it had the moat, you'd be pooping into the moat.
There you go. Making
And
your own squelchy bridge.
nobody's going to want to swim across that moat.
See, when we're talking about the dangers of setting laws and stone and stuff, though, for anybody who's never seen this, I recommend watching Animal Farm, the original animated cartoon version. It's fantastic, and it properly illustrates the dangers of a community banded together and deciding to write down their laws on the side of a barn door and form a community, and the dangers that come with that. It's a great story.
Yeah. One of the interesting things that one of the books I read, series by Thomas A. Watson, Forgotten Forbidden America series. The main character in his college thesis rewrote the Constitution of the United States. And everybody was like, and his wife, no, you don't want to turn that in. You're going to put yourself on a list. But and after everything goes on, it was brought back, and he was submitted to the new republic for a better constitution. One of the laws in it is what's called 30-30-30. If you're a political person and you violate the law or enact a law that is contrary to the good of the people, you get 30 lashes for every day for 30 days. Then you get left to languish for 30 days, no medical treatment, and then you get, if you bribe a political, a governor, electoral person, whatever, same thing. You violate the laws that are good for the people. That was one of the things, and that is a harsh thing. But it's also like, okay, guys, there's no screwing around here. You're not going to make laws to make yourself rich.
Yeah.
And
It's how long after TEOTWAWKI do you start thinking about stuff like this? Because rule number one surely is don't be an arsehole, right? That's very simple. But to bring in laws and start writing stuff down, are we talking a community of 10 people, 1,000 people? Are we talking New World Order kind of thing, or?
Most likely, you're probably going to be dealing with
20 to 200 people.
Yeah, you're going to be dealing with families, a small community coming together, survivors coming together in a town, or coming together in surviving in a neighborhood, and everyone else around is pretty much gone the way of the ground. And so,
just like feudalism, the king runs the show and comes out and says, "I'll protect everybody here, and just do your own thing, and every now and then bring me some food." Sure,
yeah,
just like feudalism was.
But yeah, that's
sounds good to me.
You got to set, unless you are willing to live with all the current laws there are and just, carry them over, you're going to have to say, all right, these laws were stupid. We need to get rid of those. These laws were good. We need to get everyone to agree on it. And that's one of the things I think is a major, major foul up here. Personally, I think any law passed in the United States needs to be voted on by the people. The representatives and the senators stuff. We're passing this law. It's like, no. You can write the law, but you got to have the people pass it.
You mean those people we elect into office are not our leaders, like they like to say?
They're not our leaders. They're supposed to be our servants. They're public servants.
That's not what the sheep think, because they keep saying that all. And we live in a democracy, whatever.
But wasn't the argument, just to play devil's advocate, that if you left every single little rule change, every little thing to the entirety of the voting public, one, they would get tired of voting all the time over every little thing. But most of the public just aren't informed enough to make what they think is the correct judgment call. That's
people are idiots.
That's why they elect people who are supposed to be intelligent enough to do all this stuff for them. So I vote for a guy who's clever, and he, on my behalf, makes decisions about stuff that I don't know anything about on my behalf.
That's one of the problems with laws. Laws need to be kept simple. If a normal person can't understand the law, try writing it again in a way that a normal person understands all the ramifications. Not 20 pages on some little law which could have been done in one paragraph.
Well, that's the problem with lobbying as well. You get people trying to push laws to fit their agenda based on their
lobbyists ought to be. Lobbyists was another one that were immediately taken for the 30-30-30 punishment.
Yeah,
lobbyists should be illegal. Period. Flat. No one should be lobbying. Paid lobbyists should be illegal, kicked out of the country.
Do you know? Do you know in the U.S. Constitution and the British version of it, the word democracy is never used?
Yes, I know. The United States is not a democracy. It never has been. Hopefully, never will be. It is a
republic.
It is a republic.
Yeah. The UK is a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah. So.
UK is a shit show. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
So is the swamp in that town called Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I think we're all suffering from it. Point me a country in the world that is doing it all right. I can't think of any. You know,
Sealand. That's the Republic of Sealand. The guys that bought the oil rig and made their own country. They're probably doing okay.
I thought you meant the place in Orlando.
No.
That's SeaWorld.
That's SeaWorld, yeah. Have you seen Sealand? That's the ultimate prepping place.
Yeah. Is that the big, those big concrete pillar things in the ocean?
Yeah, they took over an oil rig.
I swam. I did competition swimming as a teenager. No, there's too much problem out there on that ocean. Mother Nature gets really mad sometimes. And you look at what's happened to some of those oil rigs down in the Gulf of Mexico. They're there one day, next day they're gone. I'd rather put up with earthquakes than being out on the ocean.
Yeah, me too. I'm not a fan of places without trees.
Here you go, Shadow. I've shared it. This is your Republic of Sealand, and there it is. It's the
that's a bustling community right there.
Sovereign Principality in 1967. Funnily enough, if you read into it, there's been a war at Sealand where some people came and took over it with pistols and stuff, and it was defended Sealand from 9 invasions. There you go. Did you know? So you can become a lord or lady of Sealand. There you go. It's the ultimate bug out.
I mean,
so my question on that is, were all the invaders given burials at sea? All of them?
Probably all fish food.
I think the only ones we know about probably survived. The ones that invaded didn't survive. We probably don't know about, but there's probably been some.
I think you would probably end up with small communities that have their own version of similar laws. You know, whenever I think of these kind of scenarios, I just to my mind, it's like it's already happened to some extent in the past. Not the disaster, but the time period where you've lived. You know, so somebody says to me, "Well, what happens if you go back to this date?" Well, give me a date, and I can kind of look at the way they lived, and then I can give you an answer. You know, we talk about the 19th century, the 18th century, you know, the 17th century, because they all had their own sort of way of doing things. And obviously there'd be a lot less people. So we wouldn't be kind of running the way that we are just now. It would almost be like a complete collapse scenario. I imagine it being a little bit like Lord of the Rings, you know, where you have like little areas like the Shire and you've got like, you know, bloody where the elves live and stuff, and they're all quite close to each other, but they're so vastly different in their cultures and their laws that when they do interact with each other, it seems alien to them. But within their own little communities, they're completely self-contained, and they think, we'll run the Shire like this with our mayor and our or sheriff or whatever, you know, or the Wild West. You know, the Wild West was kind of like that for a while.
I wonder without
forts and towns and stuff out there, and you know, no one for 300 miles away. But you got this mining camp here, where you got the military fort, and outside the military fort, you have a town springing up.
I'm wondering if, in that scenario, Alan, if accents are already so varied in the UK, without national education, would that devolve even more? Is Elvish and is the Orc language actually just devolved Scousers? You know,
Orc language. Oh, let's start speaking Klingon.
Yeah.
You know, the interesting thing about accents is that that's a microcosm of exactly what we're talking about here, because you can actually get tiny little communities, even within a small area, that are so intertwined that they literally speak different. And the UK is a fantastic example of this, because this is not a big country, and yet you can get in your car, drive for 20 minutes, and be in a place with a completely different accent. You know,
That's
that
right.
Same in the United States for the most part.
yeah, but it's probably more pronounced in the UK, I'd imagine, just because
It is.
it's
It
so
is.
tight. You know, it's so tight. I mean, what's the distance between me and you, Mike?
About 190 miles.
Yeah,
From over here, y'all sound.
he sounds like an orc to me.
A well-educated orc, thank you very much.
At the
I'm a Scouser, thanks.
Well,
Sorry,
yeah.
Lee, I wasn't jibing. I was just saying it's a strong accent that could devolve without education.
yeah, I mean, it's, you know, around, you know, New York, the different boroughs of New York had different accents for the longest time.
Oh yeah.
Then you go across the bridge to Jersey, and then you got
Jersey.
the Jersey accent over
I'm
there.
from Jersey. You from Jersey?
Hey, Jersey man, hey.
That's not a Jersey accent. That's a Brooklyn yelling at a Jersey guy.
Oh, sorry, all right, but yeah, I'm not from back there.
I'm from that region. I know all the dialects.
Yeah, exactly. But
You
yeah,
know,
you got
I was
all
serious.
those accents in a small area, but in New York City itself, on Manhattan Island, you got different boroughs that had different accents.
Yeah, but the actual city itself has no distinct one accent anymore.
No,
because it's all people from
Right.
everywhere else. But
I was just about to say, like the last time I visited New York, which was a few years ago, I was so disappointed. It was the first time I was ever in New York. Nobody sounded to me like they came from New York. I was expecting everybody to sound like the Sopranos. I get there, and nobody sounds like
you
that.
have to go to the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, or
Yeah,
you
Long
went to the
Island
tourist
to get
parts.
Well, I was right. I was just in Manhattan. I was right in the middle. Eventually, I asked the guy for directions, and he just blurted out. It was like pure soprano type sound. And obviously, he's like a delivery man or something, so he doesn't live there. He's probably from one of those surrounding areas. And
Yep,
yeah,
that's exactly right.
It took all day before I could hear somebody in New York sound like they came from New York. I thought the movies suggest that everybody speaks that way, but not the case.
So,
well, if you believe the
here we go.
movies,
You
everybody in
fell into
England
what
sounds like the
media
Queen.
tells you. The media is wrong. Movies are a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of Americans think we all sound like Emily from Friends. That's the British accent, you know, because that's the wording, though, isn't it? Oh, he
Hello,
has
love.
an English accent. What is an
Hello,
English
governor.
accent? It's yeah.
Oh, posh
it's
London
like
accent.
Yeah, running around England myself, you go from town to town, and I remember stopping in one small town. I just buy a rail pass and jump off at each different village just
Yeah.
to walk around and see how the average Brit lives. And you go into a pub to get a sandwich and a pint, and oh my God, there were some of those people I could not understand what they were saying. And I know they're speaking English, sort of. And I was stunned. Just like, all I could understand was coppers and a pistol. I couldn't understand some of the people, but all that is I think a lot of it is end result of when Rome fell apart and the common law dissolved.
Mm.
That was a TEOTWAWKI situation. Like, oh
Yeah.
shit, now all these little kingdoms come up, and you've got to sound similar to the king and the royal family to fit in, because you don't want to be the outsider in small communities. You know, what do you just think about that? After Rome fell, most people was born in a little village and they never left because everything was on foot.
Mhm.
Everything, most people did not have a horse. They had to walk to the next little village. And but I'll go back to what I've seen myself in England and some of the smaller cities. Some of the small cities had a city museum, and one thing that put chills down my spine was when I went into a museum, and they had the town whipping post still there. Do you know what that is, guys? American guys?
The good old days.
It was
I know
a
what it is.
post. Yeah, it was a post out in the middle of town, and if you did something upsetting, you were chained to it and you were whipped publicly. You know?
Didn't Clearance, Clearwater Revival write a song about the whipping post?
Oh, did they?
To the whipping post.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but you know, you think about it. After Rome fell and all these little tiny cities were trying to develop, you brought up a good point a while ago, Chef. Where how are you going to feed all these people in a prison? You can't, because everybody has to work their ass off just to get enough to eat.
Mhm.
So there's how you solve problems: a town whipping post, and in a small town right here in Washington State, when my dad was growing up, it was a small mountain town. The cop, there was like one town cop, and he was the biggest, meanest SOB that they could find, because that place had no resources for a jail or a police car or any of that. So whoever was like beating up his wife, that town cop would grab him by the nape of the neck and right into the city square, and he had a large rawhide bullwhip, and he didn't uncoil it to beat the guy, but he grabbed him by the nape of the neck right out there in public and beat him to the ground with it. So that's your law enforcement in desperate times. Is that right?
A good metric for that would be the old Navy, like, because an old naval vessel, or even like an independent private, like a pirate vessel, discipline had to be on point for stuff like that, and it was all physical punishment.
Yes. Yeah. And it was immediate too.
Yeah, and including half rations or being put on bread and water. And bread and water wasn't to starve you. You know what happens if you're on bread and water? What happens to your bowels? It's like being plugged up. It's like eating MREs without the gum to make you go poop.
Or without the water, dry MREs.
Yeah.
You know, the U.S. Navy still uses a rule like that. If you get locked up in the brig on a ship, it's called cake and champagne. You can have all the bread and water you want, but nothing else. Cake and champagne. Ask a U.S. Navy sailor about that. They know all about it.
Yes, I mean, it's that tight environment where discipline matters more than anything else, and I think that's why it's so relatable to this kind of situation. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're in a small defensible position. You're all in a house, you're all in a small homestead, a castle, a stately home, whatever it is. You're still going to be in a close environment, so it's a good, I wouldn't say a good model to go by, but it's probably something to look at as how they managed discipline. And having somebody, like a sergeant at arms, having somebody in charge of that, which I think is key in a situation like a new community. If I was the leader, for example, I would want somebody else who is in charge of administering the punishment, like a sergeant at arms sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the feudal times, there was a person. That's why the executioner always wore a hood, so nobody would know who the person actually is.
Mm-hmm. And the same as the firing squad, where a percentage of them were firing blanks.
Gee, isn't that why the Dems want all the feds to take their mask off? We need to know who you are. Huh? That kind of sounds familiar. Sorry, had to go down a political avenue.
And the next point I have on my notes is it's connecting with the former point we talked about. Justice without infrastructure, dealing with crime, settling disputes, and managing threats when you must be the judge, jury, and enforcer.
It's it would all depend on community size for me. If it was me and 3 people in the house, you have to be judge, jury, and executioner. If it's a town of like 100 people, you'd have to have a council. You'd have to have at least several people who could then vote
jury.
on.
A jury.
Yeah, a jury, essentially. I wouldn't make it a full public trial thing, but essentially, yeah, a jury, a group of people that make the decision on that. And
Like
yeah.
an elder council.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, there's it's the thing is, it's one of these topics in prepping, survival, anything like that everyone talks about. And lots of Rambo preppers would be like, yeah, if they do that, I'll just kill them. Oh, if they do that, I'll just kill them. These are the people that have never seen a dead body, that have never gone through anything like that.
Right.
And the mental, this is why do you think I say I'd like somebody else to deal with the punishment if I was in charge? This is not because I just don't want to get my hands dirty in case I get in trouble. There's a mental toll that comes with all of this. Yeah. And we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yeah, if you think you have mental illness in a population now, when there are dead people laying unburied, how's that going to affect somebody like, who's a little unstable, who isn't strong?
Mm-hmm.
But I'll go back into U.S. history here. My grandfather was born in 1886, and he was born in Missouri, in the center of the country. And in those times, my grandfather and I had long conversations that in those times, might made right. And there were no courts available. There were no law enforcement, none of it. It wasn't established in much of the United States. If you got into a dispute with your neighbor over a cow, over a boundary line, whatever the dispute was, you roll up your fists and you go at it. And whoever beat the crap out of the other guy wins the dispute. That's the way it was when my grandfather was being raised. And I think that's what you will see if we lose total loss of rule of law. Hand to hand, man to man.
I think you'll see that in definitely in the streets and with unregulated communities. I think if you're lucky enough to establish a community beforehand or very early on, hopefully you can avoid that in a way.
I hope so.
And one of the things that ties onto that, Bob, is, not only is the guys out there fist to fist, it's what about the ones that aren't strong enough to go fist to fist and wait until nighttime to sneak in someone's house and cut their throat?
That happened too. Yeah, that happened too. Yeah, my grandfather told me stories growing up in Missouri and Iowa, in the center of the country. Like I said, I'll go back. There were no courts. There were no justice. It was man to man. And he told me more than once somebody would wake up with their throat cut.
It's scary.
Yeah, ugly situation. You don't want that, man.
Yeah.
Another reason not to want to be a lone wolf in this type of scenario.
Yeah.
There's definitely power in the community and numbers, especially if you're all of a like-minded type sort and you all roughly want the same thing and want to go down the same sort of direction. You can all make a judgment call based on anything that's outside the norm of what you as a collective are going for would be a violation of your law, as it were, and you could deal with that appropriately as a collective. And that's probably the more naturalistic way I think things would eventually be. I think we would go back to the sort of either the cowboy type days or the feudalism type days or whatever, and then slowly but surely, as communities got larger and more stable, eventually you would just end up right back to where we're at just now. I mean, that's kind of how society evolves.
Yeah.
That's lone wolves have to sleep and watch too much TV. Yeah. They think they're going to Hollywood their way through the apocalypse.
Oh, yeah.
That will not work.
No.
The only thing that would get you through that is family. Having a family you can trust. And that's it.
Family,
Period.
friends, community, whatever you've got. Yeah.
Yep.
Now, one of the things on this is that going back into history, Daniel Boone's going out and setting up towns. He would go out, set up towns, be hired by companies to go out and set up a town. They'd put people in there so they establish a community. It was set up by laws. Some of the Puritans coming over They came over. Everyone getting on the ship had to assign and agree to the rules of the community before they even got here. There are things that are set up in advance work better. But even when he set up his Daniel Boone set up his own place, Boonesboro, he set it up and he didn't go in there by himself. He went and scouted it, came back, got people, brought them in, and they set it up. They brought in a blacksmith, they brought in a preacher, and they brought in certain infrastructural things into that community from the get-go. I'm not even sure, Shadow, if you thought about this as one of your items, religion, or just simple a justice of the peace to perform marriages.
Yeah.
Haven't they been
Yeah, I
punished
agree.
enough? The apocalypse has happened. Why are you inflicting more misery on them? Come on.
Hey, that's what Scottish Pepper said way back in the beginning about the eating bad stuff, everything else. It's called marriage.
Yeah. Oh, you're telling me we've gone through the apocalypse and I've still got to marry her? Shocking.
Or you've gone through the apocalypse. It's like, oh, I get to marry her and keep her to myself. She's a good one. She's one of the few good ones.
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Jokes about that, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Well, I will proudly brag on my wife. We're at 37 years. All right.
That's a long time.
You got 2 more than me, or 1.5 more than me.
Yeah. So yeah. We argue. We fight. We agreed in the very beginning. We are not going
We
to
agree to disagree, all right?
We will argue out. We'll fight it out. Non-physical, of course. We don't lay hands on each other, but we we'll fight it out, argue it out, whatever you want to call it, and we are going to be too stubborn to give up on our marriage.
It's
That's a good
financially
way.
not worth it at this point.
Yeah.
It's
I've
her fault.
invested.
I'm all good.
It's always her fault. You just can't tell her that.
Yeah. Happy
Oh,
wife,
it is her.
happy life.
It is her fault. I tell her that, and then I have to explain it analytically out. This is why. This is why. This is why. This is why.
Oh, you
Sometimes-
just made it worse then. First you tell her it's her fault, then you got to start mansplaining it to her.
The only time I've had to do that, where she finally got it, was like she goes, "Oh, it was fixing the roof." She did not want to tear the roof off and put a whole new roof on until the patches, the nickel and dime patches, which are adding up the cost of a new roof. She finally says, "Shit, we need to get a new roof." Yes, but I did not do that in front of her. I did not go yes.
So the other day I had to tell my wife, I'm just like, look, honey, mansplaining means man explaining. Yeah, that didn't end well.
She shouts, I listen.
Excellent.
Yeah, and the next point is
How to mansplain during the apocalypse is the next one.
no, actually, it's some gaming terms in this note. But the headline for this one is the social dynamics, reality, human nature. Focus on the sociological shift from civilization to survivalism. The death of the main character, which will be you, address the main character delusion, the idea that you will be the one hero. That's the gaming terms in those notes. The idea that you'll be the one hero. In reality, you are a non-player character in someone else's survival story unless you have a team. Sorry about the gaming terms in this note, but
No, it's you're right. Everyone thinks they are the main character of their story. When you talk to any survivalist or any prepper, they are not the one in the blast zone. They are not the one that was bitten by the first zombie. They're always the hero of the story, right? Everyone thinks they're the main character.
There's
But
always
you can't
these.
all be the main character. It's me. So
There's always-
back off.
There's always these misconceptions that you're going to have control over certain things as well. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to bug out to this place. Well, what happens if you're forced to bug out to a place that's not the place you want to be, but you've been moved to that place and you've got no choice? You know, I'm going to take charge of this situation and do that. Well, what happens if you get there and there's already a bloke doing it? And he's bigger than you and better than you and smarter than you, you know? It's you end up falling into a category that you just have to be part of then, you know, and suddenly your role in the apocalypse is wildly different from what you believed it to be, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to take my family and go to that ROC bunker down the road that nobody else must know about, that one little underground shelter with a room for 2 people to sleep in. There's not going to be 50 people scrapping over it.
It's already a McDonald's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Alan brought up something earlier about security and that, and people that don't understand anything, but they watched it in movies and that. Well, here's the good thing. Here's something to think about. I watch a lot of movies, survival stuff. I laugh at most of the stuff, but here's what you can learn from that. How are the people who are not prepared going to try to react when they're the ones that they only ever saw it in the movie? We already have a step up on them because we already know pretty much they're going to follow the movie plots. And it's like, okay, I'm going to sneak around this side, whatever. But because as long as, I've watched a ton of them just because, like I said, I laugh at most of the stuff going, yeah, that'll never happen. But this is what people believe will happen, the zombie whole series and all that crap. It's like, sure. But the ones who they understand that that's not how life works. We pretty much already have their game book. We know what they're going to be up to and how they're going to try to, steal our food or do whatever, or invade and stuff like that. We already know that. So we already got to step up on them or a leg up. That's just, you brought that up, and that's what came to mind earlier. I was like, yeah, they think they're going to follow the movie scene, and we already know the movie and we know how it ends. So.
Well, have you noticed in these movies, there's always not always, but in the series and the movies and stuff like that are based around this kind of TEOTWAWKI situation, the survivalist is never the one who's the main character. It's the guy that happened to be in a coma in the hospital and locked in the room. It happened to be the guy that just woke up one day, or the guy that's just running with his family, no preps whatsoever. There's usually a survivalist in the story, but it's usually, he died and left all this stuff behind for me to get.
Or they kill him, or they go after him because he's such a mean guy who won't give us his stuff.
Yeah. It's best preppers in a movie for me were Tremors. The couple from Tremors. They were awesome.
The only thing they didn't prep for is those worms coming through the foundation of the basement.
I mean, you prep for everything, and then you throw something like that at you. You know what I mean?
But he handled it when it went through the brick wall. It broke into the wrong goddamn rec room, didn't you, you bastard? I love that.
That's one of the best movies ever. I love that movie.
I agree. That was one of the greatest movies seen for any of us preppers, man. It's like him and his wife side by side, just wearing them down, man.
That's it.
Then he gets out the elephant gun.
Yep.
Yes, that was a good film, and then they ruined it with 6.5 million terrible sequels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There were some good points in some of those sequels. Some.
For me, Tremors is a one movie. That's it. After that.
First one, that was it.
The one.
It's like Highlander as well. There's millions of sequels to that as well. Nope, there's one movie. Never watch anything else.
Yeah, the first one. I've seen all the rest of them. Yeah, the first one was good.
Yeah.
I think the Tremors, the first movie, was the first one that taught me about like how long you could last without water, because that guy was stuck at the top of the pylon, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And they wondered why he hadn't climbed down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I lived in Nevada for a couple of years, and 2 days without water in that climate, you're dead. You are a goner, man.
Cooked.
Yeah. Oh.
And I would not want to go back to old times. Like you were just mentioning Highlander.
Mm.
Man, if you get an injury in those times, or even the Old West, you better pray it doesn't get infected, because you're dead, and it will take a long time to die. You know.
Yeah. We talked about that earlier. It's
Did ya?
definitely
Yeah.
the invention of antibiotics is
Yeah.
changed history, it changed everything. But like
Mhm.
earlier on, I said that to my mind, it's a little bit overblown. It's a little bit exaggerated.
Yeah.
I've had antibiotics once in my life. I've managed to get through life without antibiotics. So I imagine I probably still could. But
Yeah.
the
One
one
of the
day that I
things-
need it,
One of the things
I'd be
about
screwed.
that is the hillbillies have one of the best cures for cuts and stuff like that, for stopping bacteria
Yeah.
growth. They
Moonshine.
pull out that jar of moonshine and they pour it on it.
Yep. You
After-
scream like a little
after
bird,
they
you
put a big
scream
piece
like
of
a little
leather in
bird
their
for
mouth.
2 hours, but man, yep, it'll cure what ails you.
It's a good reason among many for prepping really good strong alcohol. Good vodka, good whiskey. Prep that stuff. Lasts a very long time and has a dozen different uses.
Whiskey does not last a long time in my house, Alan. I've tried to prep it. It just doesn't last. Evaporates.
You have
On
to
its
pick the
own,
alcohol
evaporates.
You don't like and stockpile that. That way, there's no temptation to go after it. Yeah.
Yeah, just go up the street from me up here in Shelley to the Mercantile Distillery. They have 275-gallon totes of 193 proof potato alcohol.
I mean, Alan's in central Scotland. Distillery looting won't be an issue.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No.
And don't forget, vinegar is a good antiseptic also. That's during the virus bullshit. The shelves were empty of everything except for vinegar.
Yeah, white
Yeah,
vinegar, cider and red wine vinegar. Not so much.
Yeah, it does work though, because that's what we used to wash up our hands when we couldn't find anything else, was just some vinegar.
Right.
And that almost no bacteria can survive in that acidic environment.
See, I was ahead of the curve on that one. I ran to the liquor store and bought a whole bunch of bottles of what's that 190 proof? Yeah, I still have some downstairs.
Oh,
It's
Everclear.
Everclear. Yep. I bought a whole bunch of bottles of Everclear and I brought it home. My wife's like, "What's that for?" I was like, "When was the last time you saw hand sanitizer that was above 75%?" She went, "Oh shit. Okay." We didn't use it. I wound up making limoncello and doing all kinds of other stuff with it.
Thing is, though, you know what the expiration date on
Salt.
Everclear is?
Yeah, never.
Same expiration as on salt.
Yeah. Are you drinking that straight? Oh, distilled vinegar. Ugh. Yeah, well.
That is the most underrated prep because there's so many uses. And for anyone in the UK, they were 56p a bottle for 1.14 litres. So
That's a good price.
yeah, honestly, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I bought gallons of apple cider vinegar during those times and just used that. Yeah.
I was taking that when I was doing my fitness thing. You had a little shot of it in the morning. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I'll go a little bit off topic. I'll springboard off of what Mike said about how many people have actually seen people die, and I have several times, and it never leaves you. It never leaves you. It's always there for the rest of your life, And
The first one's the worst.
Yeah, it is. Yep. And that's the thing. The mental health in a really a big disaster where there's no help coming. That's important because you might have to physically restrain people.
Yeah.
You don't want to kill them, but you might have to physically restrain them until they recover or not. Then if they don't recover, what are you going to do with them then?
I think we've mentioned before in other podcasts as well. One of the main things that people seem to forget about these scenarios is whatever it is that's put us into the situation of TEOTWAWKI in the first place, it has to be absolutely devastating.
Oh,
and
know it.
The mental anguish that will have caused on the entirety of the remaining population would be
Mhm.
enormous. Every single person would have some
Oh,
sort of PTSD. Every single person.
Mhm.
There might be one psycho out there who's who's in his element, but for the most part, every single person will be mourning the loss of not just people, but their old life. They'd be
Yeah.
mourning their own life, the
Yeah.
way things used to be. It'll be like being, when you're on a life raft and you start fantasizing about eating foods that you didn't normally eat, like watermelon or something. Oh, I would eat a watermelon; it'd be the greatest thing ever. But did you eat them before you got in the life raft? No, but because you're fantasizing and reminiscing about what you've lost. Yeah.
The people, obviously people are going to lose family and stuff like that, because unless you happen to have them all in the same place, you're going to lose people. I mean, part of me thinks at first you're going to be that busy and thinking about your own immediate survival and your immediate family survival that it won't register, but it's them moments of calm in between that you're going to have to watch out for.
You've also got you've got the issue of people literally just be lost. This is the thing I don't think people realize. If there's no communication, let's say, you've got a relative, like a child or something who lives 50 miles away, but you've got no way of talking to each other.
Correct.
How do you know when to meet each other? So you walk 50 miles to his house and you discovered that, he left 2 days ago. He was going to your house. Oh, okay. So you walk 50 miles back. It's like, oh, he was here a week ago, but everybody's displaced and you're all over the country. And you could actually be in a situation where you've got a relative that otherwise is easy to get in contact with. You just pick up the mobile phone, but because there's no communication, you never see them again, because the only way you're ever going to see them is if you just happen to pass each other
by chance,
by chance in the wasteland of whatever the hell kind of hellscape we're in, and that might never happen again. So you would go your whole life not knowing where a lot of your relatives, whether they're dead, whether they're alive, you just don't know what's happened. And that would be devastating to a lot of people. I can imagine some people literally spending most of their life just searching for each other, just searching for people all the time.
I agree.
That even more so for what we mentioned with them lone wolves as well. And maybe not like essentially I'm prepping as a lone wolf, but just generally, like I lived on my own at one point and I was 20 miles away from my kids that way, and other family was all over the country. I would have been sole on my own, and that's even more of an impact for someone like that.
Yeah.
At least if you're there with your immediate family, as much as that might be a thought, what's happened to Uncle John or Grandma and stuff like that, your immediate thought is, how am I feeding these kids tomorrow? How's the water supply doing, etc.? What's the security situation like? So at least you're distracted with that. But I really do feel for anyone totally on their own as something like this hits.
Yeah. One of the things that brings up to me is that back when I was a pre-teenager, living down in Southern California, we had, cousins and cousins. My mom's 5 different cousins lived in the same area. Every Christmas, we had a schedule out. We'd go house around and exchange gifts amongst all our cousins. Easter, we rented the La Crescenta Park down there, and we had like 300 kids down there on an Easter egg hunt, all cousins. Most of them. And when I graduated and I moved to up Northern California, and then when I moved to Idaho, I've lost track of most of them. Even my nieces and nephews, the only thing I keep track of them by now is Facebook, because they're changing. Oh, I'm going to get a new phone. I'm changing my number. It's like, what the heck? Their phone number's dead. Facebook right now in a disaster situation in TEOTWAWKI, there ain't no more Facebook. The only way you're going to communicate with anybody if you plan now and get involved in like ham radio as a hobby. I got one nephew and like one cousin that's in ham radio. My wife's in ham radio, and so we can communicate with other means. But most people, they don't even think about that. They think, oh, communications. Okay, I'm going to get into one of these little FRS radios that I can contact across town, and that's it.
Yeah. Having a comms plan in place is definitely key for stuff like this. And and practicing and training with that.
Yeah, and one thing is, to bounce off of that, comms. When I was growing up, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have computers. And you just would have to you'd have to readapt to where it's just not there. And what do? You do without, and you just keep going. In fact, I wouldn't miss the cell phone that much, really.
No, it's weird. I don't think I would, even though it's never out my hand. Obviously, doing YouTube and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't think I'd miss it when I've done like camping weekends that are historical ones. You never had your phone or anything like that, and it was bliss.
Yeah.
From Friday to Monday, I had no bills. I had nobody contacting me. There was no phones. There was no technology. It was campfire, guitar, black powder, and tents. That's all it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was great.
One of the main reasons I like to do solo camping trips for a couple of days at a time is kind of like a digital detox. I have a phone with me, but I deliberately put it on to airplane mode. So I don't switch it off completely because I've got this idea if I break a leg, then emergency services could track my phone. But for the most part, I never look at it. It's there and I don't touch it. And I deliberately don't take electronic devices with me, and I just go completely back to living like pre-electricity, just going by candlelight and stuff like that. It's a great way to live.
Oh, it's reenacting is brilliant.
It's a great way to live temporarily, I may add. I wouldn't want to be like that all of the time,
I really believe that this overexposure to mass media is part of the mental health crisis across the planet.
For sure. For sure.
Example is I always order a coffee and a sandwich. I go outside of the facility. I go have away from everybody, have a cigarette, and wait for my order to be filled. And I had a guy approach me who wanted to fight me because he thought I was looking at him. You understand? I think a lot of that is overexposure to this mass media where they're watching these videos of someone looking at them and suddenly fight, if there was a total loss of cell phones and computers, I do believe a lot of mental health derangements would cure itself.
In time and generations, 100%.
For about a week or two, as people started to realize I got no way to check my status, and then they start having to look around. There'd be a lot. I'd probably say it'd be 50% of 100% of the people that are reliant on their cell phones all the time. 50% of them would have a permanent, forever breakdown. The other 50% might figure stuff out over time, but a big percentage of those would eventually not know what to do and starve to death.
I have premonitions of Instagram influencers dead at the dinner table with a full plate of food in front of them because they couldn't start eating it till they took a photo and uploaded it. So they've just died of starvation, sat there with no internet.
That is a real fact. Some people would. Some people would mentally and physically collapse.
You can over time.
What do you mean? I need to take a picture of this food and send it to everybody, show them what I'm eating, but I don't have internet. I'm going to starve to death because I can't eat on camera. Yeah.
I think something else what Bob was saying about the social media and stuff. Everybody, some of the mental problems are generated by the fact that they see other people having problems, and it's a lot of it starts out as hypochondriac for mental illness. Oh, I feel the same way. I got to be sick too.
Yeah, I must go see a doctor and get some meds. Yep, that's it.
And they develop their own. Just the opposite of taking we talked earlier about taking a placebo can help you heal.
Yeah.
Social media is helping them get sick.
Yeah. That's why when you Google things, you've not just got a regular headache, you've got a brain tumor. These are the things people like self-affirm themselves like, oh yeah, I must be, I must have this disorder. I've read 3 different forums and they sound like me, so that must be me. There's so many people that have undiagnosed, so they'll say, they don't say I've got this condition, they say I've got undiagnosed this condition because they've just decided it themselves.
I was literally just reading an article where apparently ADHD is now so common in the UK among children that they're having to find a new word, because now just every kid in the classroom has ADHD, so nobody's special anymore. So now there's like a super ADHD for certain pupils. You know, they're just ramping it up, and they're going to give it another name.
It used to be ADD, attention deficit disorder.
Yeah.
Then it came attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Yeah.
So they're going to throw an extra ultra.
They're going to throw another letter in there. They'll throw another letter in.
ADUHD, attention deficit ultra hyperactivity disorder.
Flash to 300 years in the future. What have you got? I've got ADHD, BCLQ, RT769.
Yeah, 0.5. I got 0.6, so you're normal.
Yeah, so put me on government assistance, and then I wind up hating the government.
Yeah,
you know, that's one thing that I've noticed with this YouTube here. It gets under my skin. The people on different panels that I go to, a great many of them are on government assistance, but yet they hate the government.
And then they get mad at the government when they take their money away.
Yeah, and they hate the government. It's like, what is wrong with you people? You
They're
know,
entitled.
We didn't have that when I was growing up. I'm older than you guys, and I remember back before all of this government assistance, it appears to me that in my situation, when I got divorced all those years ago, now she was a competent person, and immediately after the divorce, she went on government assistance. The legions of the disabled, thousands, tens of thousands of people who can no longer function in society, and those are the people who are on many of these panels.
Yeah. I mean, let me just put it out there. Some people need to be on this stuff. We get that. So we're not digging 100%. At anyone that's like genuinely disabled or a veteran or anything like that. We're not digging at anyone like that. But the problem we've got is it's not the people claiming it. It's the system in place that makes it appealing.
Yeah.
Right. And
right.
And
so if I left my job,
who don't want it, but feel guilty about taking it, and bashful and just terrible that, oh my God, I don't have enough money to pay my bills. I can't believe I have to go down here and stand online and ask for some food stamps for a couple weeks so I can get, because I'm on layoff right now and I get my job back. Then they get their job back and the government's like, hey, you want the money? No, I don't want your money anymore. I'm done.
Yeah.
I feel better about myself. There's just too many people that have no morals. They don't care.
But they've made it appealing, right? Genuinely, I could leave my job tomorrow, and by the time went through all the claims thing and then decided I'm going to tell them that I've got this disorder, that disorder, I've got back problems, you know, things that they can't actually check, that they can't diagnose. It's just me saying it.
Yeah.
I could end up on more or less the same money and just sit here and do YouTube all day. It's not in my blood. Yeah. It's not in my blood, but I could do that. You know, churn out kids and stuff like that. That's what our benefit system has got to the point where it's leveling out with the working person. So it's not just a livable wage. It's like they're getting the same as me, but I've got to go 9 to 5 in a factory for 5 days a week and slog my guts off, and we get the same money. Actually, often when I was working in a factory, my ex-wife was getting more money than me doing nothing than I was working in a factory.
Yeah, I've got relatives who make more money than me because they don't pay rent. So I have to pay rent. They don't. Yeah. So they'll say, but I earn this much, you earn that much. Like, yeah, but I have, all of it goes to bills that I have to sustain myself. You have none of these bills. Therefore, we're actually the same. Whereas the difference being I spend 12 hours driving a huge machine, a day. And you sit on your sofa.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than me sat. I don't like Facebook, and I don't go on it anymore because people always, have the best lives in the world and they post them on there. But when you're seeing people that don't work, this is our second holiday this year to Ibiza, to Spain, and stuff like that. And the last time I went abroad was about 4 or 5 years ago. It just boils me sometimes. Sorry.
It'd be interesting to see how society, like these people in society, would function. Whether they would adapt,
or whether they would simply waiting for a handout,
fall apart. You know,
No,
it's the old adage as well. You know, it's all well and good getting, you know, other people.
Here's a question to the
money.
panel that I've got on that topic. Okay, we've got millions of people who are, quote, disabled, and the system falls apart, and the checks are no longer coming. What do we do with those people? What do we do with them?
I don't know.
I think the genuinely disabled people would be a small group, in my opinion.
Very small.
I think 90% of those people are just.
A lot of them are mentally disabled because they were told they're mentally disabled.
I think a lot of the people that had the bad back and the mental disability of some description, some weird letter or whatever, would suddenly feel the remarkable ability to actually do things again. Because their life depended on it.
Yeah, that's what you got to force them into that thing, and I mean that's probably one of the only benefits to come from this.
I tell you what, I do advocate.
This country gives more money. They give an extra allowance to alcoholics because they need to buy alcohol.
Yeah,
so they get a bit more money.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
If you look back at the American Indians, they were very tight communities. They had to be because you know they lived off the land. They did some farming, but the little bit of haven't done a deep dive into it, but they had disabled people who were birth defects or injured, and they would have to be assigned small tasks. Like everyone would cook over an open fire, and you would have to assign someone to sit there and who can physically do it, split kindling all day for the whole tribe. You know, it would have to go back to a system like that. Or
everyone's got a use, genuinely.
Yeah, and that's where, like, the older people running the tribe would have to be very smart and be able to put a use to these people, like just grinding corn. You know, if you can't get up and chase down the deer or elk for food, you know, splitting kindling, grinding corn, filtering water, things like that. It would be a total change in society, completely. You know.
Yeah. One of the books I read called Beacon's Story was about everything falling apart, and you got involved with this little community, and this old elderly lady who knitted and sewed and stuff like that. They had her watching the kids while the others were out in the fields doing stuff. Yeah. But while she's sitting there, she's teaching the kids how to crochet. She's teaching the kids how to sew, and she's watching them. And so those that have skills, even though you got a disability or whatever else, teach those skills. Put them together, teaching those skills with those that need to learn those skills, and doing the simple things to free up those that can do the hard things to do the hard things.
We were talking the other night, Alan, when we were at the camp, about like sat there just making your own fishing nets, like literally just tying knots on a frame. Something like that is so simple to do, you know.
I mean, there's this thing where, for some reason, a lot of like preppers or survivalists, when they start thinking about these TEOTWAWKI type situations where they're the ones somehow in charge of rebuilding society, they get carried away a little bit. We fall down the rabbit hole believing everyone's going to be like Sparta. Oh, you're not fit, you've got a slight blemish, have you, off the cliff? You know what I mean? Or you get to a point where you're not like of great fighting age, so you're no longer of use. And there was never a point in history where any society that actually progressed was ever really like that, because there are always things that people can do. It would be a society where elders became important again. You know, it would be like, they became the teachers. They became one of the reasons human beings live so long is because grandparents look after children. That's a phenomenon among primates, an branch that makes us unique. You know,
and then the children look after the grandparents when they can't look after themselves as well.
Exactly, right up to the very end point. So I am a keen advocate of always pointing out that, you know, when you have these conversations where it's like, what do we do about old people? What do we do about disabled people? What do you do about those kind of people? You do the same thing you do now. You look after them, you care for them, you provide for them, and if they can provide something back, then that's all well and good, because you're going to become one of those people eventually as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Kaylin's comment there, Shadow. Kalen Strain's comment.
Hmm.
Even a quadrant.
That one?
Yes. And even beyond that, watching for weather changes, animals, if a person is, like that, you have a guard tower, lookout tower, a way to get the person up there, and they can just, if they're,
don't get us wrong. I see some of the comments. Don't get us wrong. We're not saying, oh, if you're on government assistance, we don't care about you. That's not what we're talking about. It's some of the people that rely on government assistance because they don't want to do anything. They claim whatever. And we all know who we're talking about here, the lazy ones who just found out that, if I just say I have a bad migraine all the time, I can't work, I'm going to get free stuff. Those are the ones we're talking about. Not that but if they go off government assistance, they'll probably figure something out. But until we get them off, we're going down a financial bad road in most countries.
There's an argument among the political class in the UK that those people are the minority, the people who take advantage of it, and the majority of people who are on benefits are genuinely in need of benefits. I personally call me cynical. I think it's the other way around. I think it's vastly the other way around. I think most people are just milking it. Certainly all of the people I know who are in receipt of the greatest number of benefits, in my opinion, don't deserve it. They're playing the system, and they're good at playing the system. There are, of course, a few people out there that really do need it. Of course they do. That's why we have these sort of socioeconomic systems in place where there is a welfare state to some extent, but the welfare state suddenly becomes the benefit state. There's a difference between a welfare state and a benefit state, and the UK is struggling just now because we're in a benefit state. It's literally a case of steal from the worker to give to the poor. Or they're not even the poor, they're just the lazy. They're not poor because they're actually making more than the worker. And it's the old adjective about socialism. Socialism is fantastic, but eventually you're going to run out of other people's money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what here in the United States.
Make it worth less. Yeah.
In the United States here, we have families that are third, fourth, and even fifth generation welfare families.
Yeah, food stamps and how to work the system.
It's like they've never worked a day in their life, but they're on welfare, and because they get the money. And it's like, that is just totally, wrong.
That's totally wrong. I agree with that.
It's like the thing is with me, years ago, I got injured at work. I have 3 bulging discs, 2 protruding discs, and 1 disc that kind of goes back and forth. I'm rated by the state of California as being 32.5% disabled. I never stopped working until I actually hit 62 and I retired. And even, it hurts. Sometimes it's hard for me to move, but I get off my ass and I do it because that's the way I was raised. My dad when he was 8 years old, was bit in the knee by a rattlesnake. His right leg was 2.5 inches shorter than his left leg. He was in crutches, on crutches for several years, going to school as he recovered from it. What did my dad do when he was 16? He made it into the top 10 national rodeos for all-around cowboy and was there for 10 years. With a short leg, they said he was 4F, could not join the military. He tried to sign up for the Korean War, could not join the military. And it's like, he's like, fine, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. And one of the guys said, my dad told me the story. He was just, well, you got a short leg. Why aren't you on disability? My dad almost hit him. He goes, I am not disabled. I can outrun you. And my dad, he had built up boot. That built up boot, he chased us kids down until we got into our late teens and were able to outrun him. Yeah. So there are some people that have to be on it, that have legitimate injuries. They're functional. They try to do stuff. If it's a TEOTWAWKI situation and there's some in the community, I'm going to put those people to work doing what they can do, find out what skills they have, and put them to work so that they feel the contributors, that they don't feel like they're a weight on anybody. They may not be able to do a lot, but if they can do something, that frees other people up to do stuff. Okay, I'm getting off my soapbox.
Hey, so
Okay,
so
next-
earlier-
We always need a nice human shield, worst case scenario as well.
Yeah. So earlier, Alan brought something up, the mental health and all that of, you lose people and all that. Well, has anybody here ever thought of the fact that, okay, I have a wife and 3 kids and I'm home or I'm out and all of them, something happens in the world and they're gone. And now it's just me. I mean, the loneliness sets in, the depression will set in. Has anybody ever thought like, okay, I'm prepping for everybody and everybody's going to be fine, or I might lose 1 or 2, but what if you lose everything except your preps and you? Now what?
I've played this scenario out as a mental exercise, and I genuinely believe I would go nomad, and I would go mobile, and whether I end up in another community or not, I don't know. Whether I actually survive that, I don't know. But if it was just me, I think I wouldn't want to sit in this house, put it that way. So
Right.
I would probably go mobile with it.
Well, you look at it like this, Mike. I believe you have too. I've been through divorce. I've been there. I lost everything. I ended up with I still had my job, and I had a car, and I had some tools and a few guns. That's it. That's it. It's all gone. And what I did from there was start coming up with something that would keep my hands busy. Simple shit like I started getting into metal arts, welding and stuff like that. And it's because for me and my personality, if I'm not fabricating or improving something, I'm going to fall into a deep depression where chances are good I'm not going to make it through. You know what I mean? Self-terminate. That's very important. Because I've been through it. I left that house with just an armload of stuff, and that's it. And here I am, in my early 40s. I lost everything, but I came through it.
I think, there is kind of only 3 avenues you could take. You either, like you say, self-terminate, which is a condition that a lot of men
I can't do that.
do that. There's the middle road where you kind of just become a recluse or a nomad, and that's why you get a lot of people on the street and they turn to drugs or drink or something like that. And that's a form of self-termination. That's just a very slow way of doing it, and then you get the other people who simply just get through it and they start again. And that's probably what I think most people are like. And that's a scenario that does happen to some people. You see it in conflicts where their house gets blown up and their whole family's dead, and you think, that poor guy, what's he going to do? Well, he's going to be devastated, but in 10 years' time, he'll probably meet another woman, maybe have more children, and life will go on.
It's not being able to see beyond that point which stops people in their tracks, and it's the hardest thing to get past. And I'm with Bob exactly. I've been in that exact same situation. I had nothing but a bike and some clothes and some panniers, and it was a fully start again. And I thought there was no starting again. That thought process went through my mind, sort of thing. And I get why some people see that. And then all I would say is don't do a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Yeah. Because that's what that is. All right. Because no matter how permanent it feels, no matter how much it feels like, oh, my life's over because this is all I've ever known, it's still temporary. Is it Tom Hanks, this too shall pass, or whoever else said it beforehand, if he was paraphrasing, but it is true, this too shall pass. And it feels like you'll never get past it. And I've been there. Trust me. I've sat on that bridge. And it does. You get past it, and it's that other option is a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely spot on, Mike. Well said. Yeah.
I want to flip this on everybody. What's going to happen to your family if you're the one gone? Have you taken steps to make sure your family is taken care of?
Yeah, as much as I can.
It's something I need to think of myself, because I haven't considered it yet, but I need to figure out how I'm going to do it.
So I did, the first method I did is similar to what Scottish Prepper 73 does, where he's got a book with instructions and almost like your prepping Bible, as it were. that they can turn, oh, this has happened, turn to page 32 and read all this. And I started on that method, and I've obviously got a library of knowledge as well. But I've found the better way now is to just try and be a more organized, because I'm not very organized. So now I have like candles and fire making stuff in a box, and on top of that box is a sheet. So as soon as you open that box, it's a sheet with any information you need regarding the contents. Open the other box. This is PPE. This is for this case scenario. This is for this case scenario. This is how you put a filter on the mask. This is how you change it. This is how often you should change it.
Yeah.
So it's like individual instruction sheets in the boxes that are relevant, and then the boxes labeled accordingly. Now, the one comeback I have with that is somebody saying, well, what if somebody gets in and gets your preps and it's all labeled up? It's easy for if they're already in my house, then the fact the boxes are labeled is going to be irrelevant. I'm either already dead or I don't care about the stuff I've left behind.
Yeah.
So don't tell me it's OPSEC hell because I've put firelighters on the side of a plastic box, because it's just not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's someone thinking too much. It's just ridiculous. But
Mhm.
yeah, like guys like Mike and I, we're survivors. We've been through it. We've already lost everything, and we came out on top. You know, in fact,
On
I've
top,
got a good,
somewhere in the middle, maybe.
Yeah,
But...
well, I'm older than you, and believe me, Mike, things will gradually get better and better and better. They do. You know,
Yeah.
because every little tool or everything that I do is an improvement, and that's how you have to live once you've lost everything. Okay, now I've got this to do, and I've got that to do. I've made it another achievement. You know, we're survivors, because really, when you walk out of your house with just an armload of stuff and you're done, you know, that's what got me through it. Well, I'm moving up every day. You know.
Yeah.
I think it's a case of not making what you're doing a secret. Try and integrate it genuinely into your family unit as much as possible. I mean, my partner's got zero interest in this kind of stuff, but because I take like my young son and stuff on camping trips, and we make it part of this is what we're doing, and then I sort of slip in little survival type things there to make it fun. That's just a slow way of sort of educating and sort of getting that mindset into the, you know, my son's only 9, so he's not quite at the stage where he's going to be able to take control of anything if I'm not there. But if I kept on doing that and he becomes a teenager and then something happens to me, hopefully he's built up enough background of knowledge there to say, oh, no, I do know how to actually set up a proper shelter or build a proper fire. I mean, because I can genuinely imagine a scenario where you've got this hardcore prepper type father figure who just takes control of everything. He's got a bunker, and his wife and kid literally die of oxygen starvation because they don't know how to turn on the filter in the bunker, because that was something Dad always did. But he's died of a heart attack and nobody knows how to operate the bloody thing or the generator, you know what I mean? Or how to fuel the diesel up or something stupid. All of the stuff to survive is right there. But the one person who knows how to do it has never thought to pass that information on to the people who it's there to protect. You know, that's definitely the case, and everybody with a family should think about that. You know,
there's things you can do, like what I've done. My son got us a generator, and I've got everything on that generator labeled: step 1, step 2, step 3, and also how to, once you shut the generator off, how to drain the fuel out of it, all that. It's very important for you to teach your family about what to do and how to do it. They might not remember everything, but they're going to remember, oh, okay, Dad wrote it down. Dad's got a list, you know.
I wonder if that'll work with the missus driving. These are signals. Please use them before you turn.
Dude.
I mean,
here's the instructions on how to refill the blinker fluid, because apparently yours is perpetually empty.
The blinker fluid.
I married an Asian. If you want to talk about driving, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things, like, I've been doing, right? So, you know, I'm 8 years older than my wife, which is just the opposite of my mom and dad. And so she's getting ready to retire here in a couple of years. I'm trying to get the place up here in Idaho all fixed up so when she does retire up here,
she's up here and it's like, oh, the orchard's going good. Oh, this area's the planters are all ready. The soil's perfect. I can plant whatever I want to plant, and everything's working and functional. I've been working with my daughter, getting her stuff up as much as possible too, because her fat narcissistic husband ain't going to be around for as long. He's 7 years older than she is, but it's some of these things here that even right. So my mom was 8 years older than my dad. My dad died way early, but that was because he smoked from the time he was 8 years old. A lot. And so I don't want to leave them without knowing how to do everything I know how to do. And so I'm getting everything done up. Every time my wife comes up here, I show her everything I did, how to do it, how to fix it. When she comes up this time, I said, do you remember how to do this? And I know she does. She's smart. I mean, she's got degrees up the wazoo. And so but if I want to try and get all the physical stuff done, why I can do the physical stuff, so she doesn't have to do it. And if something does happen to me, it's, whoa, he left me a great gift.
Well, guys, I've really got to bounce. Good talking to you all.
Okay, Bob. No problem.
Cheers, Bob. See you later.
Yeah, Bob.
Peace out, everybody.
There is another thing that we're not kind of touching on when it comes to just the natural things that men and women tend to do in certain situations, and it's always been the case. It's just part of our natural makeup. Is for women, when they lose a husband who's the main provider, is one of their strategies is to find another husband to be a provider. I mean, that's kind of just the way the natural order of societies tend to work. Women, after a particular age, aren't you don't get any single women in the apocalypse for long. They eventually pair up with other stronger caregivers. This is why, maybe you just look throughout the ages. So the idea we've probably all sitting there thinking, oh well, if I die, hopefully I've provided enough preps for my wife. Well, yeah, you might have done, but she's probably going to find somebody else in the next, however long.
Staff sergeant, she said, I ain't getting married again. You're enough for a lifetime. I love you, but you're enough.
Well, the next point on my notes is the trust deficit. How do you vet a stranger when there is no police, no background check, and everyone is hungry? The psychological burden of constant suspicion.
It's time for the poker face.
You follow your gut. You follow your gut instinct.
Problem right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you do when the guy with a wife and 3 kids shows up at your door saying, "Can I please just have food for my kids?" What do you do? That's that's something you're going to have to decide on your own at the time it happens, because you can come up with a plan now and say, "No, forget it, I'm just going to shoot them all. Have a nice day." Or, "No, I'm going to give them all my food and say, now I got nothing. So I starve, and then you'll eventually starve anyway." But, what do? You don't know. You literally could never predict what you're going to do when any circumstance happens until it happens.
Yeah.
It's the big,
It's the other thing, isn't it, Chef? It's the thing that a lot of preppers talk about, where they're saying, "Oh, I just turn them away. Oh, I just do this." And presented with that situation, that little orphan or something like that, that's got a tear in their eye and can see they're physically starving, your humanity's going to come into play, right?
Yep.
So you can't. Rambo prepper will say, "Oh, just tell them all to go away, and if they come back, I'll kill them," etc. But
just don't answer the door. There you go. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for me, it's either there's two options there. It's either you can't give anything because you put yourself at risk, which is the difficult choice, or they've got to be integrated into the plan and the community, and something like that. So it's a very difficult one, though. We can speculate all day long on this, but that won't be a podcast that answers that question. That'll be a knock on the door that answers that question.
One of the things on that is, I love my computer shut freezing me. Depending on when it happens, If it's at the very beginning or a couple weeks in or whatever, and you haven't left, or you're at your, you're going to be sheltering in place and bugging in or whatever you want to call it. And so the first thing I've talked about this several times on my live streams is have oversized clothes. So you have more clothes to put on that are so it looks like you've been starving yourself or you've been losing weight. If someone comes to the door and you're going to answer the door, you're in baggy clothes and stuff. Someone answers the first thing you open up. You brought food for me?
How'd you know I was here?
What baggy clothes covers my 3 chins? Just out of curiosity.
That's where you use the invisible that invisible tape they use for medical tape. You just kind of tape everything back up so it's not hidden.
So somebody just mentioned situational awareness there as well. All those things that we are conditioned to suppress that are part of our natural instincts that we suppress in the modern society, all of those you should be far more in tune with. That includes stereotyping people, it includes sizing people up for threat level, it includes all those things that society says, no, you're some sort of istophobe if you look at a person and judge them entirely by them as a cover.
Don't judge a book by the cover and all that.
Absolutely judge them by a cover, because that's your only way at a glance to try and make a decision. I don't know if a guy's really nice or not, but what I can immediately do is kind of size them up and say, well, in a fist fight, I'm either going to be likely to win or I'm likely to lose. I can kind of roughly work that out. Is there 2 of them? Is there just me? I can do those things and I can make some judgment calls. There is that idea, if you turn everybody away because you're sitting on 100 bags of rice, well, who's to say the guy you're turning away is not a bloody doctor or something? And then 20 minutes later, you're shouting them back and saying, please, I'll give you as much rice as you want. Just fix my broken leg or whatever. But
don't forget, if you turn 20 people away and then 20 people get together and they come back as 20 people, they're taking it.
You have a problem.
It's a case of don't advertise that you've got something in the first place. And if they happen to find out, well, then you're going to have to deal with that as it comes. But
that's one of the things. If you're dressed in baggy clothes and stuff, you're not advertising you have stuff. You're advertising that you might not. You may be actually as bad off as they are. Now, if someone comes to the door, you say comes to the door with kids. Can I have something for the kids? That's going to be a personal call. If the guy is you can tell he just ate. He's not losing any weight at all. The kids are losing weight. The wife's losing weight. There's a call there. I don't want to get into it too much here, but who's to say that they wouldn't be better off without him?
That's you say, hey, wife and kids, you wait outside a second. Come on in, sir. Let me shut the door. And you bring out a nice, fully fresh cooked meat meal for them and say, here's your dinner. Where's daddy? He's with you for dinner.
But, there are several things to it. But I think what Shadow was getting at, if someone's trying to join your group, not just come begging, trying to join the group, how do you tell if they're worth it and stuff? I was going to be facetious and try to be funny and say, "Oh, that's when I get out the little pack with the needles and stuff." Okay, all right, here's your sodium pentothal. All right, now you're going to answer questions. But how do you do it? Like Alan said, you got to be able to look at people and start judging them on what they do, how they talk, how they behave. Listen to everything they say. See if you can catch them in a lie. Right. If they don't tell lies and just straight on, this is what I did. This is what I know. I have this skill, that skill, and you have that or have similar skills. Ask them about it. What happens if this happens. Get them to explain the skill. To prove
there's also levels you can bring people in, right? So it depends on your situation. If you are in a 1-bedroom flat and you're letting them in through the front door into your apartment where you all live, it's a high risk. If you're saying, well, the flat across there is empty, you can go and stay in there and you've still got a locked door between you, that gives you more time to gauge that. The same thing as if you've got a locked off community, like a housing estate that you've managed to secure with perimeters, then they can go into a house that's just off the side of that or something like that, like a
Yeah.
like a holding area, as it were, but not as a prisoner, but just as, you know, let's get to know you a bit. Let's see what you can do. Let's see what you can offer. So there's levels to that. Inherently, it's all a risk assessment and it's all situational dependent, because my risk assessment, if it's just me and Alan turns up at the door when he's got a knife strapped to his waist and he says, yeah, I'm a survivalist, I can help you out. And I'll be like, yeah, come in. It's worth the risk. It's just me. There's two of us will survive. If it's me and all the kids and the missus in the house, and then somebody turns up the door armed as well, saying the same thing, then there's a massive risk element there to the unknown factor, right? So it's all situational dependent.
From,
and it's
from
all
that, if one guy shows up, you got 5, and they say, hi, I'm a survivalist, I want to help you. It's like, why are you coming here to help me if you can't help yourself? That's its own problem.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you're gonna want to do an interview. You're gonna want all right. You want me to help you? You want to join us? Fine. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna have a talk, and I'm gonna take notes. And you're gonna.
We will ask the questions.
Yeah, we will. I want to know. You know, why are you out here? What happened? Why aren't you somewhere else? And get their story and take notes and bounce around in the story to see if they keep everything the same.
I've been getting pretty good at that over the last 15 or 20 years in my area, because you get all the homeless people wandering around. Some of them are dressed okay, some you can tell, and then they come up, they're like, oh, I just need some food. It's like, okay, what kind of food you looking for? Well, and then the storyline starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, I got this job out here and I live in Indiana and I drove all the way out here with my family and the job fell through and now I have no money. I have no way to get home. And it's just me and the kids and we're staying in an apartment or staying in a hotel over here. It's like, get the hell out of here. That storyline just went off the rails instantly.
Yeah.
They lie on top of lie on top of lie to try to tug at your heartstrings. Well, guess what? You didn't tug at my heartstrings. You just poked the needle in it and hurt it and said, get out. We're done. Go away.
It's one of these things as well. It's why I say situational dependent. The risk assessment's key. Lee said the same thing in the chat there, but it's situational dependent because. Imagine we're at the start of whatever this event is. It's chaos. At no point am I going to have time to sit down and conduct an interview with you and stuff like that. It might be a case of stuff's happening outside and this guy's desperate to get inside so he's not exposed to X, Y, and Z out there. So that's where what Alan said comes into play, and it's got to be that instant judge a book by the cover kind of thing. Do you take that risk? Is it worth that risk? Is there a way you can mitigate it?
You can ask them, what are you bringing with you? What are you bringing to help?
You've got to kind of look at their situation as well from that, because that changes. Like you can, if I rocked up at your door, just me by myself, and says, yeah, it's all went to chaos here, but I've got some skills, maybe we can sort of share some information. That may or may not be helpful from both parties. But if I rocked up at the door and I had a child with me who was at the point of starvation, it doesn't matter how nice of a person I am, suddenly my priorities have changed from I can mutually help each other here to I will do anything to make sure that I can now find a solution to the problem I've got with like the starving child. And this is the thing with these kind of situations where a completely normal, rational person will do extremely bad things because their situation has put them in that kind of scenario. I mean, like rational, I've used this example before, but imagine you're on a life raft and there's 10 of you and there's like one bottle of water and you're the one that's holding the bottle of water. Now, the thing that would be fair to do is to evenly ration that water out between everybody on the life raft so that everybody's got a little bit of an equal share. Now, if I was on the same life raft but I had a dehydrated child, I couldn't give a shit about everybody else on there. I'd be telling him to guzzle as much of that water as possible. Fight me for it. My mindset would change. And this is what it's to me. It's actually a red flag. A single man shows up at a door because he's the devastation's happened and he's got some skills and he says, "Can I come in? I'll help." Yeah, there's a little bit of a red flag there, but not as much as if he turns up with a child who's starving, because that guy will do anything there. He might not just be wanting to rob me. He will literally do anything, include end his own life, in order to sort of get whatever it is he needs.
Maybe,
But
maybe.
on that risk assessment that you do in that case, Alan, is it more of a risk to not let him in because he's so desperate than it would be to let him in?
Well, what you have to do is look at it from his perspective. So is it more of a risk for him to try and fight me for something while he's got his children, his family there, than it would be to simply move on to the next person and try and move away? So if I start trying to fight back and endanger the people that he is there to protect, he, like an animal, might think, you know what, this isn't worth the hassle, I'm going to move on. You know, the possibility of injury to them is too great. This guy's fighting back.
Assuming rational thought.
Yeah. Now,
well, this is the
what
thing.
If,
it
what
makes
if that
people
kid is
irrational.
not his? What if that kid is not his, and he's using that child as a ploy?
Yep. There's that too.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to judge that. I mean, and
Well,
the kid would have to be a fantastic
here's one way
actor.
you do it. You say, "Can you get any food with the kid?" Okay. So you just want food for the kid? And he goes, "Yes." Fine. I'll bring the kid in, feed him, and give him back to you. You wait outside.
No,
We do see
I am
point.
a father. I am not sending my child into your house unsupervised for any meal.
Then it's
Yeah.
like, you tell the guy, "This is why. You say you want food for the kid, not you. Fine. I will give the kid some food, but I'm not going to let you in.
Yeah.
You know he's in here and stuff. He'll be back out in a couple minutes."
You do see, I mean, you see like homeless people that
Yeah.
have got kids or dogs, and they're trying to pull on the heartstrings of people to give them
Always.
Yeah.
money or
But
whatever.
the thing is, though, first thing your kid comes in, is that really your dad? Has he been eating and not giving you food?
You say, hold on a second, I'll be right back. And the guy's like, "Oh, this is great, I got food coming." And you come out with a small bowl of something or whatever, and you stand there, you hand it to the kid and say, "You're going to sit here and eat it because I want my dish back."
Or you've got a hostage situation. Now you're saying, "I've got your kid, give me what you've got, or I don't give you your kid back."
But the thing is, for
I'll
your
steal him back to
perspective,
you.
your perspective on it is, if the guy looks like he's, isn't starving, the kid is. That's one of the things you want to, you got to make the choice. And you can't make this choice now. You're going to have to make a choice then by all the factors you're going to see at the time. But you remember, there are going to be bad actors out there that will use kids to get in.
I don't know if some guy showed up to my house on a bicycle with saddlebags on it and had some thick ass Scottish accent and said, "Look, I'm looking for help." I can't do the accent. "I'm looking for help. I got stranded over here and all this crap happened. I'm just trying to bicycle across the United States." I'll be like, "Yeah, come on in, Alan."
Yeah, there's some things on that. Now, if you're in a different situation here, if it's a month in or two, and you're at a group, and someone's trying to join your group, that brings out a whole nother perspective. And the thing is, though, here's the thing: if you're there with a group and somebody shows up and they got nothing, that's one thing. Someone comes up, "Hey, I just escaped from here. I got my pickup here. I still got some gas in it, but I got about a year's worth of dehydrated food in my trailer. Can I join you?"
I think it's a self-solving problem in the first instance. If some guy knocks on my door with a kid saying we're starving, I'm like, my first port of call is, "Why have you knocked on my door?" and stuff like that. I do think this is a bit on the Hollywood thing. I think Hollywood shows stuff like this to invoke emotion on films and stuff like that. If I was a father and I had to go and knock on Alan's door because it's the only thing that looked like any sort of life there, there's no way my child would be coming with me next to me to that door.
Yeah.
They'd be somewhere off safe
probably lose your
while I
life
scout that situation.
Especially to
so
Alan's
it's,
house.
especially Alan's house. No, but it's true, and I think even playing that scenario out as we talk about it, it just feels very Hollywood. They do that in the films to invoke emotions, sort of thing.
Oh,
and I think in real life, anyone's got to that stage where they're using a kid for that kind of thing, they're already a lost cause. So
That's where you keep an eye out of what's going on in your neighborhood. If you see a lady and a child, and they're going door to door, but you see the woman dragging the child and the child's trying to get away. Yeah, you kind of got an inkling of what's going on there.
Yeah.
But if you see like the children toddling along behind mom or dad, and they're just going door to door and people are slamming the door and they kind of get a look and kind of look around and maybe, but you have to make that decision as it happens. But if you're not keeping an eye on what's going on around you, then you've got other problems.
The kids would be easier to judge. Kids make
totally.
terrible poker players, all right? They haven't got that poker face. You'd be able to instantly tell if they are scared, uncomfortable, and the first thing a child would do in that situation would be to cling to that parent if they're not already like half holding the hand and hiding behind and stuff.
Yeah, but if mom has got him by the wrist and not the hand and squeezing tight, and you can see the look of fear on the kid's face, you kind of make some kind of a decision there.
But adults can act.
Then you might worry about the kids, not the mom or dad.
Yeah.
I think the scenario eventually would play itself out to a natural conclusion, because the people who held on to stuff and didn't feed everybody would still have all their stuff. And the people, and you do get people like this, like, I could never turn anybody away. It's against my ethics or whatever. I would give them anything I've got, no matter what it was. Well, that's called suicidal empathy. I mean, society as a whole has something similar to that at the moment, but you would get those people as well. But like the name suggests, they eventually would peter out and become starving themselves. And then what you'd end up with is a norm of people who they have what they have and they haven't, some have, some haven't. And it would just be, you would be very closed in. You'd be very cautious about everybody. And you eventually people wouldn't dare go to a door because they know they would probably be met immediately with some sort of resistance. So that would be a bad strategy.
I prep for a number of people, and it's a case of it would be first come, first serve in that kind of way. I am one of those people that will find it hard to turn away. I can't, leave somebody stranded at the side of the road who's pushing the car. I'm the one that pulls up, stops traffic and gets out and helps them push. That's just the way I've always been with anything like that. But there would have to be a limit and a cap on that. I do prep for this scenario thinking, what if such a body came? What if such a body came? Mainly for the people that know where I am, who I am, what I do, more than anything else. But there has to be, if you expect that, I would recommend prepping for that. And you've got to have that cut off, like Alan says. Otherwise, it'll be like everybody eating.
It's actually one of the cool things about being a prepper in sort of good times is, the power goes out in your street and you're the only guy that's got 5 power banks. Like Brian's got about 10 or something. He would happily say, just plug in your phone here, plug this in, and share a bit of that, because it's a temporary situation, and there's a sort of nice, you're helping people out, but there's also a little bit of a prepper smugness there that, well, check me out with all my power banks and my, my extra food when the supermarkets are running dry or whatever. I prepped for this, because it's only going to be temporary, so you can replenish once you get through that situation. But we're talking about full-on world has collapsed type, absolute chaos type stuff. It would be very dog eat dog world for a long time, and then it would come to a natural conclusion of, what the hell are you doing coming to a door? I mean, that's just something we don't do anymore. What's going on?
In that situation, I'd want to build my numbers up as quickly as possible. So that's why I prep for more than just my family. And I don't prep everything for more than just my family. I've not got like a water filter for everyone, this for everyone, that for everyone. It's just on the bulking stuff, like drums of rice, drums of pasta, stuff that you could make mass meals with. That's kind of what I prep in quantity.
Yeah.
So I'm going to throw out a little bit here, a twist on this as well. For you guys, it falls down. Is there a farm near you that you may want to go to work with the farmer? Have you talked to any farmers to say, hey, if this happens, can I come and work for you, bring my preps and work for you?
Well, it depends. I mean, I mentioned this, I think this came up in a podcast once before. Most farmers aren't self-sufficient. This is modern farmers don't work that way. Like a dairy farm doesn't produce everything he needs to run a dairy. He buys all of it in, and there's logistics coming in, and he buys stuff in and puts stuff out. He buys the feed in for his cows, feeds them, milks the cow, sells the milk, and uses the money to buy feed. He doesn't grow the feed as well. Some do. Yeah, of course, you'll get some, but for the most part, modern industrial farmers just don't work like that. So a farm would collapse in no time.
small holdings and homesteads is
homesteads
more...
and small holdings, yes.
Yeah.
But like there's a dairy farm not far from where I live. It's a huge dairy farm. It's part of a big company of dairy farms, but they don't have fields where they grow stuff. So those cows are getting fed from somewhere else.
Yeah.
In an SHTF type situation, all those cows would probably die.
Well, in SHTF, I'd go over there and take a cow and bring it home.
I mean, I've thought about this massively recently, Gil. Obviously, my plan is to try and get off grid. It was going to be next year. Hopefully, it still will be, but it's dependent on a lot of things. But where I am now, I've moved more urban, more inner city, and the chance of farms are slim to none. So I've turned from prepping for a community and stuff like that to, I would genuinely, if it was a complete collapse, social disorder, I would have to bug out. Yeah. And it's massively changed for me in that respect. And yeah, I'd love to know somebody who's got, I know a few people in the network that have land and farms and stuff like that, and would probably welcome me in and laugh at me at the same time, but you know.
All right, so everybody knows where I live here in Idaho, city of Basalt.
Get that last minute flight over here, and I got 15 acres with a little cabin that I'm not currently living in, so yeah.
I'll leave the kids and wife here, so it's less mouths to feed. It's fine.
As you see around here, most of these are owned by other individuals and stuff. Example is down here, this big brown one down here. This photo was taken when they were doing a changeover. This is the Chapmans. They have several greenhouses. They raise beef, not here. They raise beef elsewhere on one of the properties they have. They grow all their own food there and stuff. This plot right here, this brown one, rotates. Last year was alfalfa. This year should be sugar beets. So they grow food. They sell it. They sell it to other farmers. They sell it to the dairies. They sell it to the sugar manufacturers. They grow stuff and they sell it. Now,
that's all great, but they need lots and lots of fuel and supplies to do all that stuff. So
exactly, they're going to need manpower now because they can't have fuel and stuff just to grow food. They have land to grow food. They got irrigation to grow food. Some of these around will suddenly have people coming up and saying, hey, I can work for you. Your tractor's not working. We can grow food together. You got the land. I got the muscle.
Got a computer for his John Deere? Nope. Oh, I ain't starting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be back to the hand plow and things like that. Again, we'd end up in sort of feudalism again, where people had tiny little small holdings, and each of them grew something that was growable in that area, and then they would all have to barter and trade with each other to sort of get by.
Yeah, that'd be something Gil would have to do, because you have your own land to do stuff on. They have their land, and it's a matter of trading. And why would you leave where you're at and walk a half a mile or a mile in another direction and say, hey, I'll work for you on your farm if I can help grow food? It's like, well, you got your own food.
For me, I would be the one because I got 1 acre here with gardens. I got 5 acres across the street. So yeah, I could put a couple of people together. I have several large tents that I picked up cheap at Walmart. Someone comes, okay, fine. Here, got some place for you to stay for your kids and stuff. You guys take care of this acre here. You get them to start growing food. Not only enough for them, but a little bit more for me. And yeah, I'm going to become a feudal lord with landowner and people, being like a what's the term for it? They used to use here in the South, sharecropper.
Yeah, well, here's the your one thing that, I'm going to nitpick. So they come over and say, hey, I can farm. I can do all these things. Great. Here's a tent. You grow stuff and we'll trade. Well, what do you do for the first 3 months while their stuff is growing? How do you have to feed them? So you got that going for you. So that's its own minor detail that everybody, we're all leaving out. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll form a community. It's like, well, you got nothing to start with. What are you going to eat for the first 3, 4, 5, 6 months before your first single crop comes in, or maybe 3 crops or 4, whatever you're doing? That's all you got. You're
suddenly weather and seasons. Weather and seasons suddenly become important again because we're all insulated in our houses. We forget that, and the entirety of life used to revolve around seasonal growth and stuff. Gardening and farming takes months It doesn't take
Yeah.
weeks.
On that note, one thing to mark down on your little apocalypse shopping list map, you know, after you've crossed off the supermarket and the gun shop, is look out for museums that have agricultural stuff in there. When you talk about, oh, you have to go back to hand plows and that's not something that you can pick up at most Walmarts. You can probably get a small gardening version, but the actual industrial stuff is still in good working order and looked after. Check out museums.
Look for those abandoned barns in your area, and you know where the whole farm, whoever was there had nothing, they left, and they'll have equipment. Usually, depends on the farm. Unless you're looking at a $2 million John Deere with the computers are dead, in which case that doesn't do anything for you. You might get some good nuts and bolts and hardware off of it, and maybe bits and pieces to scrap something together. But other than that, the tractor's worthless.
Just as you were saying that, Mike, because we were talking about going back to like feudalism and stuff, and going to the local museums, and we'd be battling with each other. I'd have like a full set of body armor, you know, like knight in shining armor type stuff, and a sword. You know, there's a little museum where I live just now, and it's got, because it's near a castle, it's got all that kind of like medieval knight stuff, and like, hey, that stuff would suddenly become useful again. So,
oh yeah, definitely,
you know,
definitely. Chainmail's great. I had chainmail for quite a while with reenacted. It's chainmail's great.
One of the things around here I've noticed is that some of the farmers and stuff, the family farmers, not corporate but family farmers, they have on those circles out on the side where they don't grow anything. I've seen some of them with there are some old type bottom plows. There's single plows and other stuff that's, you know, some of them, one guy between here and Idaho Fall keeps his area there mowed and has, like in a museum, he has stuff lined up there, you know, showing the old stuff. They do this around here, and they hang Christmas lights from it, and the stuff never moves. Now, is it still functional? It might be with a whole lot of work. You just got to be able to move it. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like I when I bought this property here, the guy had a manure spreader, a tow behind manure spreader, and he left it here. He goes, "You want it?" I go, I might be able to fix it. So I can, so I picked that up. Yeah, to go out there, I have to. One of the tires I still need to rework and fix and everything, but that gives me a piece of farm equipment there to work with, and it can be towed by horses. It can be towed by a bunch of people pulling it, whatever. There's ways of moving stuff around.
I have more and more children because they are all workhorses.
Yeah. To me, something to look at. Going back to a movie, but a real life movie. Sergeant York, showing him in the Appalachian Mountains, plowing the field and stuff with the horse, plowing around the rocks and stuff, and getting the rocks out and stacking it for the fence lines and stuff as he comes across it. That's going to become a way of life again. Yeah.
I always saw myself in a Dances with Wolves kind of situation.
You all watch too many movies.
You've got to ask the question. I mean, do farmers even know how to go back to the old ways? I can imagine that there's plenty of modern farmers that haven't got a bloody clue how to manually plow a field. They know how to use their fancy, £500,000 tractor to do it, but do they know how to do it the old way? Probably not. I mean, I don't know if you guys get it in the States, but you ever watch Clarkson's farm? Jeremy Clarkson's got a farm, and the process he goes through of learning how to farm. And some of it's really technical, like technical stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a case of going out and throwing some seeds in the field and hoping they grow and then you harvest a crop. It's pretty technical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is to maximize the yield, especially.
Yeah, some of us have talked about this. Curtis across the street no longer, most of his kids are grown up and gone, so he's not doing the gardening over there anymore, but he still has plans. He's got a lot of materials to put in a wall of peony so he can put fruit trees and stuff, especially citrus trees, in a wall of peony and they'll grow year round in the snow and everything. But there's some others that they plant stuff all the time and they talk to each other. Well, I'm planting this year. Okay, I'll plant this. I'll plant something different this year and I'll plant that next year. And the people in town, some of them, not all of them, unfortunately, rotate what they're planting because they're going to trade with their neighbors.
It's also good for disease prevention to rotate.
Yes.
That's why a lot of people do that as well. I mean, during the Second World War, there was lots of little small holdings and allotments. Allotments became a big thing in the UK, where every little available little park or square piece of ground that you could grow food on was used for that very purpose, and that's where allotments came from.
Victory gardens.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of that in like London and England and that, where, I mean, the houses are all small and on top of each other, but there isn't a single square inch of grass. It was just little gardens everywhere and walls in between. You know, you have your concrete, your brick, your stone walls in between you and the neighbor, which everybody did. And I've seen overhead photos of that from way back, of nothing but everybody's growing food. And
Plus,
everybody traded with each other. They knew I grew nothing but carrots and tomatoes, and they would come over, hey, I'll trade you some carrots for a couple onions. Great, perfect. We can all have beef stew or lamb stew for dinner. You know,
there's some modern ways as well to really maximize crop growth in small areas, even in little enclosed areas. I had a cousin that got really into hydroponics for some reason. Don't know why, but he was really into hydroponics. Growing a crop in his loft, tomatoes or whatever.
You need the liquid fertilizer. You need the liquid fertilizer for your hydroponics.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight water doesn't work, and unless you're making your own, and you got bacteria problems, and you got to be a good scientist to make your own fertilizer for hydroponics. I don't see that as an option.
Right.
Maybe a short-term option to get some stuff going really quick while you're getting other stuff going that takes a little longer, so you can have your lettuce and whatever you want. But other than that, I don't see that as a permanent TEOTWAWKI whatever.
Yeah.
I know Guardian was talking about vertical growing and things like that in small spaces. You know, there are ways and means you can do it, and the use of polytunnels and greenhouses and things like this.
That's not new as well. That was part of these victory gardens. There's a great video on my channel. It's quite far back, but there's a place in the UK called the Black Country Museum, and it's in the Midlands, and it's basically a living history town/village, basically the whole thing, people in character, stuff like that. But they've got World War II houses set up with these gardens, and you can see how they did it in all the little square lots, and they separated it out because it was different types of crops and different growth, you know, different what they watered and stuff like that. And they still had trellises and arches and things growing on that as well. But it's a great little walk around. If you get a chance to go to one of those museums, I was building my prepping shopping list in the back of my head while I was walking around and thinking, how could I defend this place? But, you know, that's another story. But it's great to see, because you get a really insight into how they did it when it was a necessity. You know what I mean?
All right. So
that looks like a line marker for a football pitch.
No.
So dropping seeds in, is it?
It drops seeds. The bag up here has different size gears that go inside, or scoops that go in there. So I plant everything from itty bitty peas or carrot seeds to squash seeds, and I can set it for how often it drops the seeds. It cuts a plow in it, drops the seed, and then it has a chain, you can't hardly see it, drags behind of it, and then the flat wheel covers it, packs it down. Oh, nice. And in 1 hour I planted something like 600 kidney bean plants, and we had so many seeds. My daughter still has 50 pounds of kidney beans she harvested out of this from a couple of years ago. And this, you just walk behind it, you push it, into, the soil's been broken up, rotor-tilled, turned, whatever, and you can go through and do it. There's also walk behind ones that have cultivators on it that you push it, and it kind of turns up the top couple inches of soil, so then you can follow through with this right behind it. So yeah, there are ways to get stuff to do it where you can go old school and with modern tools and stuff, because a seed thing like that you plant a lot of food really quick, and then you need people to go out there and weed.
I've got a question for the panel, or for Gil, or whoever can answer it. What's the shelf life on packet seeds, and how can you make that longer and preserve them?
It depends on how they're stored.
It can
At the
be
moment,
indefinite.
they're stored in here because I'm starting to like collect seeds. So I'm
No,
wondering.
get
I don't know
yourself-
how to store them. This is the question I'm asking.
You need to keep them in a very, very low moisture environment. I would
That's-
put them in. I keep a lot of mine in mason jars
Mhm.
with lids on them, and I won't throw in a oxygen absorber because I'm not sure how that would react with taking all the oxygen away. But I would throw a desiccant pack in there, the little silica gels, and that would keep the moisture level down and absorb into the desiccant pack. And you can reuse those, just bake them in the oven, throw them back in again if they get damp. But in mason jars, you will get the longest. If you just leave them in a paper package, buy them in and throw them in a box that's not airtight, your germination rate will go from 98% down to like 60% in a year and a half, and then keep dropping after that. So you're going to plant 100 seeds, only 20 are going to grow.
Right.
After
Okay.
like 4 or 5 years. So mason jars, best thing.
So treat it like I treat like me rice and stuff like that. And
Yeah, put it in a jar.
seal
keep
them
the
up, but
bugs
without
off,
the
keep
oxygen
humidity. If you're in a high humidity environment, that'll ruin a seed quick.
Humidity.
That's cool. I'm starting to build a seed bank, and I just didn't genuinely. That is a genuine question. We're all learning, and I just didn't know how the best way to store them was.
There's actually a show I listen to sometimes on Radio 4 called Gardener's Question Time, and somebody asked that question: how long do my packets of seeds last? And apparently the answer in some cases, depending on the environment, is indefinite. They can literally
forever.
last, and they can last forever. You can grow seeds 30 years later from a packet, as long as it hasn't been subject to any kind of contamination or moisture. They don't really have a date where they die out. And there's these mad scenarios where they've actually found like little acorns and stuff deep sort of in the soil, almost fossilized, and it's still viable.
Yeah, the germ is still alive in there. That's
Yeah,
the
it's still
thing. If
alive.
the germ dies, you're done. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still good.
Yeah,
I have seeds from 8 years ago that I planted, and I had a 90% germination rate on it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
these
that's where you
are
start in
all
small
like
pots. You start 30 of them. You're really only going to need 15.
Yeah.
2023.
22 grow, so you weed out the weak ones, which is always tough for me. I hate ripping anything that starts to grow out of the ground and getting rid of it. I wind up planting all of them. I don't care.
I've
Yeah.
got
Here's the
I've got a
interesting
salt
thing.
I've got a salt mill downstairs that says it expires in 2026. I thought,
Yeah.
damn, 250 million year old salt, and I just happened to get it the year it's about to go out of date. What are the
Oh,
chances?
you have to
All
chuck
right.
it
What
in
are
the
the
bin.
chances?
Here's the other thing about seeds. There are several seed banks around the world where the
Yes.
seeds are put in either refrigeration or free. They're put in sealed containers and frozen. I have some seeds I put in the refrigerator that I keep in there that have to have certain amount of chill hours or chill days before they will grow. I'm going to find out. I harvested a whole bunch of apricots and peach seeds this year. They're in the refrigerator. Come springtime, I'm going to see how many of those will germinate. If I only get 2 peach trees to germinate in 5 years, how many peaches am I going to have on those trees every year from now on?
Yeah, there's a lot of science behind seed preservation, and putting it through the seasonal change, like you put in the freezer for 3 days and you pull it out. You can plant it right away. You can force growth, just like with tulips and stuff like that. There's a way to fake it out and make it grow. But there's a lot of things. Certain seeds like carrot seeds and that, no, they'll grow right away.
Yeah.
And that's just how they survive. That's how the plant survives. But certain other bushes and trees and plants and that, no, you gotta freeze. You gotta freeze the seed and let it think it went through a winter time where it did. You don't want to hard freeze it too long because you kill it.
Yeah.
And then let it warm back up. Make sure you don't get moisture on it, and then plant them, and they'll probably grow right away. Tomatoes are like that.
So you like tricking it into thinking it's the season it needs to grow.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like, oh, it's wintertime. I fell off the vine. Oh, I froze. Oh, it's getting warm. Oh, look at that. I have nutrients and soil. I'm growing now.
Yeah.
And it's been 3 weeks.
Yeah. Now,
Europe actually has a global seed vault. I looked it up there, and it's called the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. It's in Norway, and it literally has basically one of every seed in the world, including all of the crops. So all of the different kinds of wheat germ, all the kind of wheats and variations of it. They have like a stash of that somewhere, just in case the whole of Europe is devastated. They can go back to using that stuff.
They have hundreds of pounds of certain seeds. They have seeds for some plants that have gone extinct, and they're waiting for the time to try to bring it back.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, example.
That's very Jurassic Park.
Yeah. The one of the things I plant every year is Grand Rapids lettuce. I'm planting seeds that I have harvested over the years, and I get like a 99% germination rate on my lettuces. I put it out there, plant it, and I harvest it until the August bolt, where the lettuce just says it's too hot, I'm bolting, and I let it bolt, and it gets seeds, and I go out there with a gallon Ziploc bag, put it over it, and shake a bunch more seeds off it. I got more friggin' lettuce seeds than I'll ever grow, but when I get the field over there prepped right, I can use that planter and I can put in 4,000 lettuce plants, irrigate it, and what do I got? I got food for the rabbits and for the chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. That means I got rabbit to eat and chickens and eggs and everything else off of the lettuce. And the lettuce, I'll get lettuce, and when I put the lettuce in my germination thing, 18 hours I get lettuce to start sprouting. And then I take it and I plant it.
This is all going to be learning curves for me, but this is what 2026 is going to be.
There's lots of plants as well that we consider weeds that grow very easily in your region, but they're perfectly edible. So things like dandelions and stinging nettles and all these kind of crops, they're very easy to grow. They're very easy to grow every season, and they have plenty of nutrition, whether it be in iron or vitamins and minerals and stuff. And you could go back to growing that stuff as a reliable food crop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't fall for the old videos where they say, I went to Burger King and bought a Whopper with a slice of tomato, and I planted that slice of tomato, and look at the tomatoes that grew. That's such AI crap. And that's been floating around for years.
Yeah.
That, and you plant a seed in a banana, and it grows. No, it doesn't work like that. Never did. Never will.
Everyone knows you plant the full Whopper, and then a Whopper tree grows. It's much better to get a Whopper straight up.
I've been putting Guinness bottle caps in my garden for years, but I still haven't gotten a bottle of Guinness out of it yet.
All right, I'm going to pull something up here and show you. Get it here the right. I got it. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let me share this. All right, I'll make that big. There we go. So this is a busting tray from a restaurant. I got those. Those are peas. The black seeds there, those are watermelons. The next ones here are cantaloupe. No, next ones here is zucchini.
All right. So what are you doing there with them?
All right. So what I did is I laid out toilet paper. Got it wet. I laid the seeds out, and then I sprayed them with a solution of a fertilizer. I have a video on exactly what it is. It's a special fertilizer, Epsom salt and water in a certain percentage, and I used a little spray bottle and I missed the top of it. Then I got another tray I put on top of it so it's in the dark, so it thinks it's in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The peas will, within 2 or 3 days, will put out a root. The zucchini there in the middle, up here, also within a couple days, several days, will put out root. The watermelon took about 5 days to put out roots. The cantaloupe took a little bit longer. And so I all the different seeds I had written up. I put a lot of peas out there because I was trying to get nitrogen into the soil. So areas I wasn't really gardening in, I planted all the peas out there just to then grow up, drop more seeds, and start putting nitrogen and nutrients into the soil.
Put it
there. It's called chitting.
So is this a way to ensure they're sprouting rather than just putting them in soil and hoping?
Yes. So what I do is in here, like I'll get like if I get 90% on the peas, well, I know the 10% there I don't plant, and then I have the little plastic cups that that are pots things. I fill it with the potting soil, plant the seed in that, and then I put it on the heat mat in the house here. Once it comes up, then I move it to underneath the grow lights, and it goes there. To follow all what I do here, this is on my Kent Patton family compound. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. If I go here, go back to content, playlist, indoor garden experiment playlist. I got 76 videos on doing this, growing stuff up, and show videos on this is my year-round indoor garden I do, chitting onion seeds, all the things I do. Over time, I'll plant stuff earlier. There I'm transplanting some of the chitted seeds into pots and stuff. And yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna I'll be looking through them after.
Yeah, I'll check this out. This is an area where I'm pretty weak when it comes to knowledge.
2 minutes, back in 2.
Yeah. So yeah, this is my indoor garden experiment. And what do I have going on this year in it? Yeah. I'm growing growing an orange tree indoors. I wasn't. I bought it this summer, planted it in a 15-gallon tub. I wasn't expecting anything. Brought it indoors after we got the first frost date. Brought it indoors here. Have some grow lights on it, and I got 9 oranges that have surprised. I wasn't expecting to get any oranges on it for another 2 years. And so yeah, it's pretty amazing on what it does here. Hang on. Let me see something here real quick for you guys on this. Here we go. There we go. Let me share this here. Share screen, whole screen. There we go. All right. This is my orange tree. And I got some grow lights up on. I got some bar lights too. So this is over by where the kids like to play. So the light I have on it gives them light to play by. So I'm going to be having to light the area anyways. But let's go forward here. It's gonna. All right. There's an orange. There's an orange. There's an orange. There's 2 more oranges back here. You can't hardly see, but yeah. So those are the oranges just growing up on it. See?
Huh.
And I wasn't expecting oranges. However, Howie at Food Forest Permaculture told me what to put on it. I put it on it, and all of a sudden it started putting out blossoms and stuff. And so it just got lots of blossoms on it here. I'm trying to count right.
Does it require a lot of energy to grow something like this, though?
The lights on it, I have a total of 47 watts of grow lights on it. Plus it's got the window there, and I got the blinds on the window set, and I track the sun as it lowers down for the wintertime, and I track it so it gets full sun. But sometimes when it's cloudy or it's snowing, I'm not getting hardly any light in there. But Howie told me about just some stuff to put on it. I got some, put it on, and it just started blossoming. Put out, where every orange was on there were like 10 blossoms, and I just shook it and got them to pollinate. That's one of the things, skills you're going to, in TEOTWAWKI, you're going to need to learn how to grow stuff like this. Have you ever seen Food Forest Permaculture? He has a huge lemon tree in his living room. You think you walked into a greenhouse on his videos, what he's got in his house. So growing things like this is a skill you need to learn for TEOTWAWKI, so you're not having to grow everything outdoors, and you can grow stuff year round.
Maybe a good idea as well to look at things that have the maximum calorific content plus the largest yield, plus maybe something that's more native to where you come from. Like if I grew an orange tree in my living room, for example, I could probably do that. But if I factor in how hard it was to do that based on how much water it needs and how much energy and how much heat it uses, based on the calorific return I get from the crop and how often, is it worth me doing that as opposed to growing a bunch of dandelions or strawberries in my living room? Something that's
Well, here's
you would have to do the calculation.
I'm up in Idaho. Okay, this is zone 5B. Citrus is not supposed to grow up here. I got citrus growing in summertime. I move it outside.
Yeah.
So it's outside. What thing is though, the bonus for the citrus, I'm experimenting with this one tree. We're going to be planting several different varieties of lemon trees and a couple more different varieties of orange trees for one thing. Vitamin C for the oranges, and for the lemons for using in canning and cooking. And lemon juice is a great bleach. For getting
dual use plants. That's a good idea.
You grow it for more things. Geeky Garden sent me some seeds for Ponderosa lemons. Those lemons get about that friggin' big.
That's a big lemon.
That's a big lemon. That's and so you got to pick out your citrus, what you want for what. So we're going to be growing Ponderosa lemons. We're going to be growing Meyer lemons, which are eating lemons. And I'm having a brain fart on the third one. But the third one produces a lot of juice, which will go for canning. Because sometimes to keep like the apricots, the peaches, and the pears from browning, turning to brown ugly stuff, you added a little lemon juice to it when you're canning it. And that keeps it from turning brown. So that's a whole nother thing to consider about, is canning.
There's another kind of farming you could do if you were talking about doing it absolutely localized like that, growing things inside your own house and growing things in your own little area. It's things like rabbits and chickens. You could grow those small animals, like farm them up and sort of use their resources as well. And a full-on TEOTWAWKI type situation, I could even imagine that you have a crop of like different edible insects where you could, because they're easy to grow.
For the chickens, yes, for the chickens.
Yeah, for the chickens. Yeah, unless you want to eat the bugs. Yeah, you do that.
Hey, eating the bugs in that kind of situation, if it's got
I've
protein,
had roasted salted crickets and they were actually quite nice. Just throwing that out.
The problem is with some of the insects they're trying to promote eating, the shell and stuff has nasty stuff in it for people.
Right.
It's not. Yeah. So it's better.
Maybe eat one or two as a snack, as a fun thing, like a scorpion or something like that, covered in candy. Sure, I wouldn't make multiple meals out of it because you're going to destroy your gut, and it'll die anyway.
However, chickens with their gizzard and turkeys and stuff, perfectly fine. They're built to process that thing.
Yeah.
So
even if you're growing the chickens for eggs, it might not be meat of the chickens. You're simply you're growing insects to feed the chickens to eat the eggs.
Right. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
My daughter has she's back at the 16 Rhode Island red chickens over there. Half the chickens fly out of over the 8-foot containment fence. And I look out there and here's 3 chickens going out in the lawn, going over. Chickens going over in the side yard, going after the bugs and stuff, and they have decimated the box elder bug habitat around here, which is excellent. Get rid of those nasty things.
Good.
And so they're doing that. Like I said, I plant extra lettuce. I plant extra rainbow chard. My daughter comes over, gets that, feeds it to them. When we get too many of the zucchini and stuff, more than we're all sick of zucchini, and the plants are still producing a lot of zucchini, and you can get a lot of zucchini if you plant the plant right. Guess what? Chop it up, and their seeds, they go right after the seeds. Next morning, after the bugs get on the remaining of the zucchini out there, they all come out and start eating all the bugs off the pieces of zucchini in the chicken run.
Hell, even I'm just thinking of other things now, just because we got on the subject. If you're not interested in eating bugs, well, do you know hamsters are pretty easy to grow as well? You know, you can have a little hamster steak because I mean,
Guinea pigs have a lot more meat.
Yeah, even better. I mean,
Yeah.
that is actually a good food source in some places, and they have a short life cycle.
South America is a
children.
delicacy. Now, there are some people in apartments that raise quail. They get eggs from the quail. Quails get full size after a year or so. Then all right, time for this quail to go to freezer camp, and they harvest a bunch of their quail, and they just keep growing quail and processing them indoors in an apartment.
It's also worth, if you're in that situation, to regularly feed the local wildlife. You know, if you attract birds to come there on a daily basis to collect their seeds, then when you need them, they'll be there.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Prime example for where I'm at. The deer around here love our apple trees. And in the fall, after we've done harvesting and we have all these extra apples that we're tired of and they're falling on the ground, the deer come over. Okay, we know the deer are here. We go walking out there slowly, just ignoring them, not even looking at them. You don't look at the deer. You walk by doing it, and the deer will look at you. Oh, he's not looking at me. The deer get kind of domesticated, like cattle.
You were saying that about Scotland, Alan, weren't you?
Yeah. There's deer, because there's so many deer here. There are some in the more touristy hotspots that are so naturalized to tourists and people taking pictures next to them. You could walk right over to it and feed it, you know, from your bare hands. It's not going to run away. And it's a wild animal.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of people, you know. But in an SHTF situation, I think they would probably be the first ones to go. So, you know, they wouldn't last long.
And the first time I went hunting, a friend of mine took me up to Northern California, a place called the Sierra Buttes. We went up before rifle season. We went up during bow season. And it scared the crap out of me what happened. I'm there watching the spot. I can see the trail. All of a sudden I hear another hunter yell, "There's one!" And then I hear this crash, crash, crash. This big old 8-point buck missed me by about 3 feet. He came by running so friggin' fast. I didn't have time to draw back. I had the arrow knocked. I was watching, and he goes, whoa. If the guy had kept his mouth shut, the deer, he either would have gotten the deer or would have come by slowly after me, and I would have gotten the deer.
Rookies.
Yeah, rookies. It's like, hey, I was a rookie, but I knew enough to keep my mouth shut.
Hey, I'm gonna bail off here, Shadow. Thanks. This is a really cool topic. I'm glad you did this one.
Catch you
My
later,
pleasure.
All right, I'll catch you all later. Mike, I'll probably catch you on one of your lives. Gil, are you on tonight?
Yes, I'm on tonight in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
All right, I'll probably see you on there.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I'm just asking. You can do your thing here when you're done.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you all later. Take care, Alan. Later, Mike.
See you later.
See you later.
Yeah. In fact, my live stream tonight is already up. So if you go to my Gray Man Prepping channel, go to live streams. It's there waiting to be clicked on. You say notify me. Of course, you guys will all be in bed. All three of you will be in bed, in a couple hours.
That's why we always miss them. It's late here. It's 10:30 at night in the UK. And
We'll see how the insomnia goes. Sometimes I join you, Gil.
Yeah.
Well, the next point is trade versus theft. Discuss why raiding is a short-term suicidal strategy. The real survivors will be those with tradable skills, mechanics, doctors, farmers, rather than just stockpiles of ammo.
All right, this is the touchy subject. And you missed one thing. There's theft, taking it from somebody that has it.
Yeah.
Bartering, and the other one is salvaging from where nobody's around.
Yeah.
People have died and there's stuff there. It's like, okay, we're going to go in and we're going to salvage equipment. We're going to look for solar panels. We're going to look for water filter systems, We're going to look for generators. We're going to look for acetylene torches, oxygen acetylene tanks. You know, we're going to look for things. And you have a list, and you go in and you scout subversively, find out what's there, then the team comes in and gets it. That's not theft, because it no longer belongs to anybody. They're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, scavenging.
Yeah. No, salvaging. You got to use salvaging law rights. But yeah, that's that's one of the things you got to be careful, because you may not be the only one out there salvaging. And you definitely do not want to steal from somebody. You don't want to piss off of someone who could later become a friend.
Exactly.
Unless they're the government.
I think as well,
Yeah, there could be some people in the government afterwards that are no longer working for the government, because the government no longer exists, that you want to have as a friend, because they have some knowledge. They know where some things are at. They go, oh, you're just salvaging? Well, I know where there's this warehouse over here, this old government warehouse that's full of stuff we can go salvage.
there would be items as well that if you looked quite far down the line that we take for granted just now that would actually become incredibly valuable again. You even just the means to light fire. All of the Zippos and Bic lighters of the world would probably disappear after about a year. You wouldn't be able to find a single one of them anywhere, and the ones that you did wouldn't work anymore. So even something as simple as making fire easily would suddenly become a valued skill. Or if you had a device of some sort that you could do that easier than all the survivalist techniques of doing it, that would become really valuable, just like it was in the old days. Items of clothing as well. The one thing that I think some of the movies get right is you always see the guy sort of dressed in a hodgepodge of sort of tweed and leather and things like that. That probably would be the case, because those are the most long-lasting, robust type clothing, and you would just take whatever you had. Anybody that works in the outdoors knows that their work boots only last about a year, and then you have to get a new pair.
Only if you get the ones from Walmart. If you get the ones from Red Wing or Carolina Boot, I have some Red Wing boots that are 15 years old. I just had to resole them. The uppers are still good.
Hey, I'm not paying for my work boots. That's they give me a new pair every year, and I take the new pair every year. But they do wear out. I mean, I suppose it depends what industry you're in and what you're doing.
Yeah.
But even work clothes. I wear like work overalls and quite roughy tufty type clothing. But after a year, that stuff is dirty, oil stained, holes in it. It doesn't last as long.
These Carolina boots, these are 4 years old, and they're still in good shape. Well, quality made.
Yeah.
And in the apocalypse, all you really want is a pair of these bad boys.
Oh, hell no.
You can even get little lights and stuff put on them.
Even work boots like these, when I was a scoutmaster, this is what I wore at scout camp most of the time. I could outrun every scout there in work boots, and they're in tennis shoes. So a good pair of work boots are amazing. They give arch support. The good ones. My wife used to at me about spending $260 on a pair of work boots. Go get the $39 ones up at Walmart. 3 boots a year I was spending, and I go, all right, so far I spent $150 this year on boots. And she's looking at me, but my Red Wings, they last 5-6 years. So yeah, but you're right. Clothing, fabric stores. Fabric stores have needles, threads, sewing machines that you can turn the handle on the sewing machine, run it manually. You don't need power for it. Bolts of heavy duty cloth, bolts of wool, bolts of denim.
So on the wool front, I will say my American Civil War uniform from the reenactments lasted longer than any other coat I had, and that great coat I had was the warmest thing ever, made of thick wool. Didn't matter if it was raining, wet, winter, whatever. It was like it'd make Levi's look like crap garbage. It was, they were just superb. And I mean, I don't really want to walk around the apocalypse looking like a Civil War soldier, but one of those great coats I think would last longer than anything else I've got.
Yeah. The other another good coat is the old duster coats. They're a canvas material, and if you get the ones that have the whale oil rubbed into them, they're waterproof and they last for years.
Yeah, even the waxed jackets over here that they have in the countries like shops and stuff, you'll pay a bit more. Anyone in the UK, get Vinted. You'll get loads of them for next to nothing. They will last a lot longer as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Vintage is great for stuff like that.
There's lots of items that you could trade that we take for granted just now. I know in the past, in the sort of in North America in the pioneering type days, nails were very prized. You know, good piles of it, because it's actually hard to make a nail. You know, even from like little pieces of metal and stuff, it's hard to make nails, and they're incredibly useful for constructing long-term shelters. You know, far easier than dovetailing and tying things together. You just batter a nail right into it, and they would be a prized item, you know, for trade.
Yeah. Another prized item along nails, horseshoe nails and horseshoes. You may not have a horse, but if your neighbor has a horse and he's out of horseshoe nails and out of horseshoes, you can do some bartering right there, real easy. Can you come over and plow my field for one day this month, and here's 2 sets of horseshoes and the nails.
The one that I got from Monkey Wrench, who is a YouTuber in the States over there in Florida, he stocks 3 things for barter. One is pills to stop you going. One is pills to help you go. All right. You imagine in a really bad situation, if you could give somebody 2 little tablets that stops them shitting themselves to death, you're going to be a hero. And the other one was very similar, was USB sticks that are just full of music, movies, and entertainment. And he has a load of them, and that's for barter and trade afterwards.
Yeah. Something else you should consider is a solar-powered battery charger and rechargeable batteries.
Good point. I need to get add that to my list as well.
Yeah. The other things to barter and trade for, let's go back to clothing a little bit deeper. Socks and underwear.
Do not buy any socks from Temu. Throwing that out there. Because I did. I tested this for you. I do the jobs that you don't have to. They are the worst paper thin piece of crap I've ever put on my feet.
Yep.
There you go. And they were sports durable walking socks on Temu, apparently.
My son gets wool socks from this company in the US. They got like a 5-year warranty on them. And he had some that, you know, he got snagged somehow, and it wasn't really a sock maker's fault. And he goes, is this covered? And they said, send us a picture. Took the picture. They sent him another pair of socks. Nice. And he says those are the most comfortable, thick socks. Oh, he loves them.
Love companies like that. Zippo lighters. You can send you a Zippo lighter that's 50-year-old back to them, and they'll replace the innards, they'll service it, and they'll send it you back. Companies like that are worth this.
Oh, yeah. And sometimes if it's a collector's one that's old like that, they will send you some sort of certificate with it. Sometimes, yes, this is this model, that. Yeah. But speaking of Zippos, you can order like on Amazon or whatever, you can get the big bottles of Zippo lighter fluid. They have the seal on it, so it's not venting out. You can store that, and that'll keep for decades until you need it.
Yeah.
There are some old-fashioned type dual-use clothing that you can use as well. In this part of the world, we used to have something called the Great Kilt. And it's not the kind of kilt that you see people at weddings or football matches wearing, you know, that little pokey thing. A great kilt was basically 5 yards, 4 or 5 yards just a big square wool blanket, basically. And it's a shelter, it's a blanket, it's a carrying device, and it's clothing. You just wrap it around your body in a very certain way, and it's a very warm, natural antibiotic warming kilt because it's made of 100% wool, and you can do all sorts of stuff with it. There's a really good YouTube channel of a guy who does lots of survival type videos based on the old Scottish technologies of kilts and stuff like that. Yeah. All sorts of cool stuff with it. I've never tried that myself, but I know it was in the past done. I mean, they're heavy as hell. I've actually wore one of those kilts before. There's a lot of material there, but they've got some use, and you don't need to worry about socks and underwear because you don't wear stuff like that when you're a Scotsman.
Unless the wind's blowing really hard and it's winter time, then they pull on the long boxer, the wool boxers.
Yeah. I do still put stock, as much as I know a lot of preppers don't want to run around in camouflage gear playing Walter Mitty, but there is some stock in army surplus when it comes to this, especially the good quality stuff like the ripstop jackets and stuff like that. That is a budget way of getting some very durable clothing. So whether you think you're going to look like, you know, the third man on the balcony or not, it's a good option for a lot of people.
Do you know, I've one of my favorite jackets. I've got an M65 jacket, which is an old American military jacket.
Yeah.
It's like Vietnam era.
Yeah.
And I did a video review of it 10 years ago. And if you watch some of my most recent videos, I'm still wearing it. It's a fantastic jacket. It's warm. It actually still sheds water, even though it's made of cotton. It's a cotton material, but it's a fantastic, so robust. It's in good order. And that's just old military stuff, you know, from the 60s is where that stuff came from. That jacket will have been manufactured in modern times, but it's manufactured of the same material and in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Headgear, especially if you're going to be outside in the summertime working on, I don't know why it's doing the artifacting here. There we go, get under the lights here. You know, a nice straw hat, work in the garden. Definitely a brain saver, seriously. And one of my favorite hats, I got this hat in 1979.
That
wasn't
looks
even
like
born.
a Stetson hat.
A good Stetson hat.
It's less common over here. If you walk down the street with a Stetson on over here, people with kids cross the road. So
to ask for your autograph. You're a cowboy. Can I have your autograph? But,
just
yeah. But you know, fedoras, any type of hat that covers over your ears, other than a ball cap, doesn't cover your ears, and you're gonna be outside working in the garden or anything else, you're gonna want some sort of broad brim hat. Get whatever you have that's in your country that is common to protect your ears. A lot of straw hats. I've seen videos of different style straw hats for the gardens. And who cares if it's got a little pink band around it? It may be a woman's hat, but if it keeps your hat, if it keeps your head from getting sunburned, excellent.
Nice.
It's made of kangaroo leather.
That'll last a few years.
I've had it for years. Somebody actually gifted it to me a long time ago, and it's actually really good. You can't really cut about the UK wearing something like this, to be honest. They're just not trendy enough yet. One day the fashion will catch up.
No, you can. You've just got to get to a certain age. I've already pre-warned the missus. As soon as I'm like of a certain age, I'm going to be in cowboy hat, cowboy boots, everything.
I would love to just walk around wearing something like this, but it's just not the done thing, is it?
You could break the mold, Alan. Break the mold. I want to see that on the next camp.
Be a trendsetter. be the trendsetter.
Yeah, what annoys me is a hat like that, which is really cool, isn't trendy, but you could get away with something like this, which is just an old sort of wool beanie sort of camouflage thing. If I walked around with this on, nobody would bat an eyelid, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on where in the country as well. Like, you could wear any sort of Stetson in the Midlands and nobody would bat an eyelid. It's more common in the Midlands, believe it or not, because they've got a very country and Western music club kind of scene as well and stuff like that. And it's much more common. So it depends where you are as well.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
there was a
I
point
live
where
in-
all men wore hats. It was a common thing.
I live in multicultural Manchester. I could walk around with a microwave on my head and people wouldn't batter an eyelid. So it really doesn't bother me around here.
Let's see.
Military patrol cap all the time.
Barter,
Yeah, I've got a
back to
boonie.
bartering and trading. I'm going to touch on some topics that I will not stock. Tobacco.
I don't think that would be as much use anymore as it once was.
Well, there will still be people that are stressed out. They'll be smoking like you would not believe.
I don't think there would be as many people.
Yeah.
The smoking's not really as common as it used to be.
Oh,
You know,
there are areas here in the U.S. People are still 2-pack a day habits.
You got people like that here, but I think what Alan's leaning towards is they're the ones that are going to go in the first wave. They're not going to last 30 days.
They're not hanging about.
You ain't going to trade with anything with them.
They'll have traded their entire food stock for a packet of cigarettes in the first week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alcohol, of course, and if you have,
Coffee.
I would not trade alcohol for a simple reason. It's medicinal. So you're gonna want that alcohol years down. It never goes bad. So unless you come up and making a still and you're
Funnily
producing
enough,
alcohol.
in my medical jumble sale is alcohol. It's the medical cabinet.
Ammunition, something I would never trade. Some people, I'm stocking up, so I trade ammunition. Right. You trade ammunition to the guy, he pulls out his revolver, loads up, and shoots you.
Good
But
point.
there are certain things you don't want to trade with. But things you do want, if you're going to trade food and stuff, you want to trade food for food if you can. Not food for nothing.
I would look at the things less thought of, like I mentioned, like anti-diarrhea pills and diarrhea pills and stuff for constipation. The stuff people will need, and in a moment will have more value than any can of soup sort of thing. If you can't stop, your dysentery, like dehydrating you, then a couple of packs of Diorolite and a couple of tablets, suddenly I could trade you for as many pies or sausages or whatever you're trading. You'd send them all my way.
It was mentioned before, but something as simple as bars of soap. I mean, people would really miss the fact that they don't have soap. And you can make some naturally yourself, but I mean, if you've went a year without a bar of soap and somebody tries to trade you a bar of soap in exchange for something that you've got in abundance of, then why wouldn't you do that? I mean, it's kind of one of the reasons I don't like collecting too much silver and gold, little coins. I've got some of them, but the value they have just now just wouldn't represent the value they would have in a situation like this.
That's a prep for monetary, for wealth preservation. Don't prep gold and silver for the apocalypse, because you're right. You could have a bar of gold, solid gold, Alan, come to my house. I'm not going to trade you my last meals for it. It's as simple as that. It's never going to be worth as much as my life.
There'll be a time where your 1 ounce little ingot of gold will get you maybe 5 loaves of bread, maybe.
Yeah, but like I say, if we're talking complete collapse, I'll find that useless. On a rebuild, maybe, if you can hold on to it for that long, then you're fine, that's a given. But most of us are still prepping for the worst time rather than, I've completed all that now. I've got 7 years worth of supplies, so now I'll start prepping gold. It's just not realistic for a lot of people.
When it comes to bartering, though, do not barter from your home. Do not barter from, people will set up different locations, and you get several neighbors together. All right, we're going to go over here, and we're going to set up a bartering, like a farmer's market over here, trading stuff. But you don't want to barter from your home, so they don't know where you live. The strangers that you might run into out there bartering. Barter Town from the third Mad Max movie, Thunderdome.
Thunderdome, yeah, that's it.
Thunderdome. It's you had to you couldn't get into barter until you surrendered your weapons and stuff, and you go in, you barter, you come back, you get your stuff back, and you go. So there it is. Grumpy Adventures. Toothbrushes, toothpaste.
Mm-hmm.
Something that'll become very important, a skill though, is to make toilet paper, or how to make paper. It's going to be a skill.
These, another thing, pick them up when you go shopping. Less than 50p. Toothbrushes, nothing fancy, no rubber like tongue brushes or anything like that. But the fact that they're like less than 50 pence, it's like 2 packs of them for £1. Add them to your preps. Why not?
Yeah. Kaylin has a point about silver. Silver, you can make it into the collated silver solution, but you don't need that much to make it. You're not putting a lot of silver into it, just a little of it.
Yeah, and there's ways you can use it for filtering and stuff like that. It is probably the most useful out of them precious metals.
Yeah,
but you're talking long term there. Are you going to be shaving silver? Are you going to be doing all that? Are you going to be creating that in that short term scenario? I think.
Yeah.
I suppose the idea of trying to use precious metals as a type of currency, I think that would be kind of problematic. I mean, even just a little bit. So I've got people just don't really know the value of stuff. So I mean, if I was trying to buy bread with a gold coin, I mean, here's a 1/10 ounce gold Britannia. And I just had a quick look online. That's £370 now to buy that.
Mhm.
Right now, I've got the exact same 1/10 ounce silver coin. I just had a quick look there, and it's like £35. Now they're the same size. Obviously, they're one's gold and one's silver.
It's what? When did that go up so much? I've got a wallet full of them.
Yeah, I might be looking at the wrong thing, but the gold is definitely £370 from what I'm looking at. But can you imagine trying to buy a loaf of bread and you're like, "Here, mate, how much bread will you give me for this?" And he's like, "I'll give you 2 loaves." And in the back of your mind, you're like, "Bloody hell! I paid £375 for this back in the day, or even this."
Let's be fair, Alan. That'll be the average cost of bread in this country soon.
I tell you what, though, what is an interesting thing? I haven't looked at the price of gold for a long time, but see, when I bought this little coin here, this one, I paid £181 for it.
There you go, making you money.
So if I was to sell it, I will have made something. But
you can also start small. That's copper.
Yeah.
So, you haven't got the money for gold, you can get copper as well.
And rather than spending the extra to get a minted piece of copper, just get copper bars.
Yeah. So that was gifted to me. So that was sent from a subscriber.
Yeah. So if you get like copper, and in a block bar, industrial bar, will have uses beyond later on. Of course, you can also, after the die-off, and there's going to be a die-off with TEOTWAWKI, all these houses that have all copper wire in them and stuff, copper pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's gonna be salvage material there. Becoming a coppersmith, learning how to use it, silversmith. So Kaylin said the good dental goodie bags there, the dental floss and stuff. Yeah, save that stuff. What was it? Be savage, viable seeds. Yeah. Once you're growing your own garden and you're collecting seeds, you can collect seeds at a phenomenal rate, and those would be something to barter off with. You're not giving them food. It's like, hey, all right, here, I'll give you this for this. You can grow your own next year. That's one way. Skills. You know how to work leather. You know how to work a metalsmith, a blacksmith.
I did joinery for 2 years, so woodwork.
Yeah, woodworking.
Plumbing.
Plumbing. Yeah.
The gold coins actually. The silver coin is 12 quid actually. I don't know what I was looking at there. So yeah, I'll just correct myself there. 12 quid. It's not as worth as much as I thought it was. Even worse.
So there are a lot of skills. I mean, with today's youth. Well, I know how to bake bread. Really? I know how, you're not going to know how to bake bread. Knowing how to can food. Some people don't know how to can food. You say, you want your food canned? Bring your jars and your food. I will can it for you for a percentage of the food. That's a skill there.
Can you imagine how valuable the jars would be? The
Mm.
jars themselves. I mean, that's not something you can easily
you're not going to barter away your jars. You tell them, you bring jars you find, and I will can the stuff for you.
Yeah, the jar is worth far more than the contents at this point.
Start a glass blowing skill.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, the jars will be valuable during the summer. Come wintertime, the food will be more valuable than the jars when they can't grow food. First winter, they're going to learn, all right, jars are valuable for putting food in, so I have food during the wintertime. So that will be a slow learning curve. People realizing, all right, I'm going to need the jars for canning to have food during the wintertime because, hey, no more refrigerators, no more freezers. Other skills. Veterinary skills, how to take care of animals, chickens, goats, pigs, cows, horses, how to keep them alive. Will become very important. Regular doctor skills, nursing skills. Become important. Dentist, yeah. There are going to be a lot of skills that are going to become very important. But if you know a dentist and you know how to take care of his animal husbandry and know how to take care of animals, and people are trading chickens to him to get their teeth fixed and other things done. Now you could, you say, oh, I can teach you how to take care of the chickens. I can do stuff with you and you work trading your skill for his skill.
Different lenses for glasses as well would become quite valuable, especially for people who've got very poor eyesight. You can imagine you've got quite bad eyesight, you lose your glasses. How hard would it be for you to find a prescription?
Yeah. So that's a prep that actually somebody on one of my prepper podcasts spoke to me about and what they do, which I started doing. So I don't know if you guys have the same over where you are in the dollar stores and stuff like that, but over here, like in the pound shops or the cheap shops, we've got these glasses that are just like plus 0.5, plus 1, plus 1.5.
Cheaters, we call them cheaters.
Yeah. So I've got from the bottom all the way to the top 2 pairs of each in my medical preps. My eyes are fine, 20/20 vision.
Now,
but in 5 years' time, I'm not going to be able to during the apocalypse. I'm not going to be able to go to Specsavers. So it's just in case. I've got all these medical preps. Why not pre-prep a potential deterioration of eyes?
Plus, your prescription changes as you get older as well. So you're going to have to change the lenses out. And if you've got a collection of different lenses, because there's nothing magical about a prescription, it's just a different kind of lens. And if you've got a variety of them, you can fashion some sort of way of changing them in and out over a period of time. If you had an abundance of them, that would be very valuable because that's not an easy thing to make.
Yeah, but right now is a cheap thing you could get. Like I say, like pound shops do them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The thing is, my glasses are not prescription. I started getting cheaters so I could read stuff up close because long distance away, I can see fine. So when I get up close here, I can read the chat. I got to have the glasses on. I started out with 1.25s. Then a couple years later, it was 1.5. Then it was 1.75. These are 2.25. My other ones here are. Is it going to show it? It's not. It's blurry. These are 2.5. Sometimes if I'm on the computer a long time writing, I'll start out with these, and halfway through the day, I got to switch to these because my eyes get tired and I need, be able to see better.
it's one of those things that a lot of people don't prep because they prep based on current condition, right?
Yeah.
So I'm prepping everything for a 40-year-old bloke, right? What happens when I'm 50, when I'm 60? Same with like women and stuff like that when they're going through changes and stuff like that. It's you, if you're genuinely prepping for a future like this, then you got to think you age, you deteriorate, you might have conditions, you might have anything. I've got crutches, I've got things like that, you know, anything that like that everyone gets the first aid, but they don't think about just general, we are human beings, we wear out.
Yeah. It's like for our first aid kit, my wife, for the one, the big one we have in California, she got a 4.0 to put in the first aid kit for getting those splinters out that you can't hardly see.
Yeah.
And so I got, when I got up here, I got same thing for the first aid kit here. And then I go, oh, wait a minute, I need to put one in here in this bathroom here, not in the first aid kit, because this one has the best. Is right here where I get splinters, or I go to when I get splinters. I don't have to pull out the big first aid kit. And so along with that, you're going to need tweezers, fingernail clippers. And if you stock up on these things, you can trade these things and they will be worth a lot. It's because once a person gets a torn fingernail, these things become gold.
Yeah. A hairbrush would become quite valuable as well.
No, it won't.
Yeah, well, you'll have a big beard. You say that now, but when you've got a big, horrible beard, you know, that you can't cut because you haven't got very many scissors anymore, you're going to want to brush some of that muck out of there.
My youngest son and I both have straight razors as well.
Mm.
You know,
good prep.
Old-fashioned with the strop. And
do you know, a lot of people don't know you can actually sharpen just normal razors with a strop, a belt. You know, you can actually sharpen them up, not for very long, but you can do it and it'll extend the life of them. But even if you go way back to the very earliest humans, some of the first man-made artifacts ever found were things like combs. And, you know, because grooming products are incredibly, we take it for granted now, but you're living in the wilderness. You're going to have lice. You're going to have long beards. You're going to have long hair. You're going to get muck in them and dirt in them. And it's hard to maintain that. Who remembers when lockdown happened and every barbershop was closed? If you've got, you know, long hair and people are trying to give themselves haircuts, it actually became a real nuisance. And everybody imagines sort of you running around like a Viking with a big beard and a big long hair and stuff. Yeah, but that requires grooming. Otherwise, you're going to get lice infestations. You're going to get mud in there. And things like a pair of scissors to cut that, or a decent knife, or a brush, or something like that, they become pretty valuable as well. And they're not easy to make. That's the thing. Anything that's hard to make in nature is something you should stockpile. You know, that's what the 5 and 10 C's of survivability are all about. It's not 5 and 10 items. It's things that are hard to recreate in nature. Things like cordage and containers and tools and, you know, lighting equipment and fire making equipment. All these things are difficult to make in nature.
And something people don't you know, they'll get their knife and they'll do a knife. I got knives I can sharpen up. My favorite knife right now is one of these.
So that's an excellent knife, and you can change the blade.
But you can see here all the replacement blades, and these are the old ones. And I can, you know, when I get enough of the old ones, I can sharpen them back up.
Yep.
But yeah, stuff like that, hand tools, other things like that. But trading, bartering, skill, being a nice knife smith, learning how to make knives. Learning how being I'm not sure what it's called, but Clay Hayes is his channel name. He makes bows and arrows. He goes hunting with them.
Yep. Fishing equipment, netting, line, you know, lures, flies, all of those kind of fishing equipment would be quite valuable. You're not just going to find that stuff lying around, so you need somebody with a bit of skill to make it. Yeah. And if you live in a coastal area, that's a primary source of protein for you. That's your lifeline right there.
Yeah, not just the coastal area, lakes. Where you guys were at.
Shadow, is there any more points on your list? Because I'm very aware that you have passed midnight where you
Yeah.
are.
Well, I had at least 3 more, but I skipped those. I skipped those 3 because it's late. I passed my
Yep.
4 hour, and I don't want to sit up all night for that.
Well, I'll let you go. I'll jump off because we don't want to be talking away while you're falling asleep. So, thank you to everyone who joined through my channel. Don't forget, everyone here has a channel. Go and find them: Shadow Scout Swede, World Survivalist, Greyman Prepping, and Pattern Camp Family Compound.
Camp Patton Family Compound.
That's the one.
And that's a hybrid between Camp Patton. My wife's maiden name is Campbell.
Yeah,
I'm Patton. So
Right.
Camp Patton.
there you go. So go and check all them channels out if you're watching on mine.
you,
And
Vanessa.
yeah, so I'll see you later, guys. I'm
Yes.
gonna shoot off.
Catch you later, Mike.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you later, Mike.
Yeah. And before I drop off, I go live in less than 2 hours on Greyman Prepping, Gray with an A. And we're exploring events tonight. The specific one is we're going to be having fun tonight, poking fun at this theory going out about, Pangea, the one continent is going to reform. So we're going to be poking fun at that. It's going to be hilarious. All right. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
See you later, Gail. Well, thanks for stopping by, Alan. I appreciate it. It's always nice to have you on panel.
Thanks for having me. It was good fun being here, so really appreciate it. Good topic as well.
Yeah, it is.
I'll drop out as well.
Yeah.
So I'll see you all later. And thanks again, Shadow.
See you later. See you next week.
Yep.
Okay, guys. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Good night, everyone. And remember, be part of the solution, not the problem. I will see you next Saturday, same time, same channel. God bless. And we are